Gentlemen, and welcome to the 22nd Annual General Meeting of the BC Assembly of First Nations. It has just come upon 9 o'clock, so this is your last call for coffee. We're just double checking on our numbers, and we will begin in just a couple minutes. Given the order, the large number of items on our agenda, it's important that we start each day right on time. Sophia? To get us started in a good way, we're pleased to welcome to the podium Councillor Morgan Guerin from the Musqueam First Nation to welcome us to the territory, and then Semple Yan, the two-spirited representative on the board, will provide the opening prayer. Councillor Guerin.
Sam Nisiaya, dear friends and relatives, and to Setzeleno. My name is Morgan Guerin. My ancestral name is Setzeleno. I'm a member of the Musqueam First Nation, one of our elected councillors, and I'm very honored to be here to welcome you all to your convening today. It's always such an honor when we have guests in the house. I believe in 2013 when we built this home, knowing that it would be a place for people to come together in happy times, not so happy times, and times when we're thinking about not only where we are, but our children's future. So I'm very grateful that this house is kept warm by your visit today. I want to also thank you for being here in that, we always say, in that good way. Always reminded of our elders who say there's that nail on the outside of the longhouse. Let's hang our things up out there so that when we come in here, we really get to do that, get to that place of nutsamuts aitchqalon, that place of being one heart, one mind in a good way. Let that good voice inside you speak good things to you, especially knowing the responsibility that we have, not to our people today, but for our young ones tomorrow and our future elders. So I'm really grateful to have our chiefs, our representatives, and our elders here today filling this home with a lot of love, because as we know, this world is a very trying place for us right now, all collectively. The good work that the ones before us have done to make sure that we continue on with our ways the responsibilities that we have today and making sure that we're leaving a good path for the next generation as well. So I'm very happy for all of you to be here. Also realize that we're all a little bit more tired today, and I wasn't expecting to watch 18 innings last night. I turned and looked at my mom, who's 80, and said, I gotta go do protocol at 8 o'clock in the morning. And she went, I don't know how you're gonna do that, but here I am. So that said, I'm happy to have you all here today, being here. I wish you a good heart today, and that the ancestors of this place. So for those who are here for the first time, not only a big warm welcome, but this place has such beautiful meaning to us. Our Musqueam people have always been at the mouth of what is known as now as the Fraser River, but we always knew it as Stalo. It's the river. Mom didn't need another name. She already had a name, and it was River. And looking after those salmon people who came up every year to not only feed us, but feed others from all around was always such a true honor. And to have the house open for you to be here as guests again, once again, Haichka. So that said, on behalf of the Musqueam people, it's easy for me to say, Amit Sepquatwilam, Amit Sepquatwilam. You are all welcome here today. And I always love the literal translation of that. All of you, come on inside, because that's where family belongs. So I wish you all well today. Thank you for those who have called us to do the work and set the table in a good way. And I've got my uncle here with me to do a little bit more work. So that said, Haitzepka, Haitzepka, Haitzepka. Thank you all for your beautiful presence today.
Siam, Chinquamantomi, Tiwin, switching languages. It one hot squallens wait Siam to Quachnomi up Siam, Siocho Quachit, Chinquamantomi up Siam, to Uns, Simplian, Tnatchinkla, Musqueam, Hopmish Stalmukchit. I'm very honored to see each and every one of you, our respected elders, chiefs, kupis, proxies, here in person and online. I'm going to offer you our Musqueam paddle song. Again, Uncle Dominic was the one who taught us. And for those who may not know, my late mother was Norma Campbell. We lived just behind us here. There was 8 houses back in... And we used to carry our water from the Fraser up to our house and then carry our wood in because we had wood stoves and outhouses. For the young people that don't know, we didn't have running water. We didn't have electricity. We survived by doing hard work. So, Musqueam paddle song.
Yo, yo, hey, yo, yo, hey, yo, yo, hey, hey, yo, hey, yo, hey, yo, hey, yo, hey, yo, yo, hey, yo. Yo, yo, hey, yo, hey, yo, hey, yo, hey, yo, hey, yo, hey.
Kwaman Tommy up Elkswat Siam Squallowins wait Siam Tishkukwa into Hat set up this T squile Aquilas. Kwaman Tommy Siam RC Chinquaman Tommy Siam Harold Stayat Chinquaman Tommy. First of all, thanking each and every one of you, asking Creator to give us that layer of protection in Seich Nathan Wait and estatuate that level of guidance for what we do here at BC Assembly First Nations. Thanking our CTG and our MC, Harold, my nephew Morgan. Thank you again for our chiefs, Kupis, proxies that are here in person and online. We are honored to see you, asking you to work hard. What my nephew was saying, Natama, one heart, one mind. Squamish, we say in Chokmo. You wonder, why is he speaking Squamish? Well, my father's Squamish, my mother's Musqueam. And I'm honored to speak Hi Chika CM Squala CM Schwapnik Schwatan Squalwin CM a little bit of Musqueam that I still remember from when I was a boy. Again, thanking each and every one of you. May we have a really good AGM. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Chinquamantomia.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, helping us get started in a good way. And my name is Harold Sagasquayontum Tarbell, and I am pleased to be able to arrive with a good heart to serve as your chair for the 22nd Annual General Meeting. The staff are monitoring our attendance to let us know when we arrive at quorum, but given that we have 32 agenda items, 54 speakers, 24 on-time resolutions, 10 of those being mirrored. It's important that we begin this meeting as an information sharing and begin with the protocol and the information sharing. We will defer any resolutions until quorum is established. In terms of your agenda today, we have 13 agenda items, 21 speakers, and 4 resolutions. We'll begin, of course, with the protocol welcome from the regional chief and from the board of directors. We will then review the financial statements and updates. As noted, resolutions noted there will, of course, be dealt with when quorum is present. We'll move after that to the representatives' addresses from BCAFN Women's Representative, the Two Spirited Plus representatives. We will then turn to look at the work that you have been doing over the last 3 years to develop a 2S LGBTQIA plus flag and to inaugurate that, as it were. And then we'll also look to the female youth representative. At 11:40, we have a representative from the Privy Council office and from the Major Projects office who are familiar with you, and they will join us via Zoom, one here in the meeting room. Following lunch, we will hear from the Future Generations Foundation, specific claims funding, and 2 BC government ministers. Following the afternoon break, we will then turn to the election of the 2S LGBTQIA plus representatives, and we'll have the candidates forum before we adjourn today. I'll briefly describe the second and third day. On the second day, we have 9 agenda items, 18 speakers. We will be doing 15 plus awardees of the King Charles III Coronation Medals after the lunch, and 7 designated resolutions on the agenda. Sex Discrimination in the Indian Act, National Chief Woodhouse-Nepean Act, the long-term reform settlement on children and families, Jordan's principal compensation, justice portfolio, the election results, blanketing and honoring for our friend and colleague, Dr. Robert Joseph, and emergency management to help us wrap up the day. On the third day, we have 10 agenda items, 13 speakers, 6 resolutions aligned with the agenda items, plus the 7 remaining and any lates. And just as a reminder, noon tomorrow is your late resolutions submission deadline. We begin at 9 o'clock with 2 federal ministers to start our day. Then we move to water rights, First Nations data sovereignty, particularly over health, transportation, the UN Declaration Act implementation, repatriation, the Indigenous Advisory Council representative to the Major Projects Office, and then the Center of Excellence on Economic Development update after lunch. And then following that, we will complete the resolutions and closing remarks by the regional chief. All of that by 2 o'clock on Thursday. with your cooperation, of course. So that does mean we have to be really conscientious about our presentation time, particularly when there are resolutions attached, and of course our speaking time on the floor. Again, given no quorum at this moment, what we will do is we'll proceed with the agenda as an information item, and once we have quorum present, we will then adopt the agenda and proceed to resolutions that are necessary at that point. So with that, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and I will turn to the, and we are very near to quorum, by the way, so very shortly. But in the meantime, let us turn to our welcome address from the Regional Chief. Terry?
Thank you, Harold. Deneza, Sekuza, Skyza, chiefs, hereditary chiefs, representatives. First of all, I want to acknowledge the unceded, unsurrendered, continually occupied territory of the Musqueam people. Say a big thank you for allowing us to do our business. I just want to acknowledge all of you for taking the time, not only here but online, for attending the 22nd annual AGM for the BCAFN. I've been here, this is my 8th AGM, and I was elected 8 years ago in this building. And certainly when I first took this position, I didn't know what to expect. But at that time, when I took the position back in 2017, we delayed the AGM and election because I lost my niece and nephew within 3 days. Last couple of months here too, at the beginning of the year, I never would have thought that I would have lost my sister and then my mother within a month. None of that was on my bingo card, if you will. But I just want to acknowledge and thank, on behalf of myself and my family, all those words of encouragement, condolences, prayers during a very difficult time. You know, it really speaks to our relationships, not only to my sister, but to my mother. And you know, you realize how important mothers are. Even though I'm 50-something, you still lose that anchor, if you will, that foundation in the family. You know, my mother was hereditary chief. Ginswan speaks for the ancestor. And my sister Sandra is also a hereditary chief. So two important names in our clan, Lakshibu, Wolf clan, that we've lost, and we'll have to deal with that business next year. I want to acknowledge all those that my staff, you know, my extended family, community, Takla, Nakazli, you know, where we had to deal with the loss of my sister and mother, and you know, all the chiefs that came by. Grand Chief Edward John, who was there at the hospice and also the hospital. Grand Chief Stuart Phillip for attending the funeral, and all those that were able to attend. Just want to thank you all, you know, at a very difficult time for that support. So I think it's it's an important time to reflect where I'm at, and I really appreciate all that support. But you know, life goes on, and you know, at very difficult times like this, sadly, it's time heals all wounds, and you know, it's a process to of grief to take care of yourselves and ourselves, if you will, as we lose our loved ones. And it seems to be more and more, whether it's by that terrible disease. I lost both of my family members to that terrible disease, that is cancer, and these chronic illnesses. Or it could be the issue of the opioid crisis. And it's really important that our communities deal with grief in a good way and check in on ourselves, and especially with our mental health. Thank you once again, Morgan, for inviting us to this house and to the work that we need to do over the next 3 days. Thank you, Harold, for accommodating us. And you haven't been around enough in our meetings to make sure that we're on track. And speaking of which, it's it's been at the beginning of the year. It has been very difficult considering where we're at south of the border, and the push from this tariff war from our leaders, in particular Prime Minister Mark Carney, and also our Premier, to develop fast-tracking legislation that would potentially adversely affect our rights to make decisions, and not living up to the commitments of the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act provincially and the United Nations Declaration Act. Now, we are currently saw a first list of a number of projects. Some of those projects are being supported by our First Nations, by many perhaps even being led by First Nations. But there are some other projects that we need to be worried about. We've seen over the last several months a push from our neighbors, from Premier Daniel Smith, looking to potentially ask for an oil pipeline to go to Tidewaters in the North Coast, despite the fact that there is legislation with the oil tanker ban in the North Coast that many First Nations are worried about. Not to mention the terrestrial damage and all the rivers and streams, because I was intimately involved in that as part of the Carrie-Sakani Tribal Council, reviewing the Enbridge Northern Gateway pipeline. So where does that leave us? There's a real political polarization, if you will, in terms of Indigenous rights, title interests, in regards to how decisions are made. There are many leaders and perhaps even companies out there that are saying that First Nations are an impediment to development. And rather, I would say, we didn't create this mess. I think it's really important to acknowledge that, we are, you are, and our First Nations are certainly a government, and we have the human rights to make decisions within our respective territories. And we have comments from the Premier saying, these really disparaging comments that we're not real people, that private property supersedes Indigenous rights. And that's not the case, as many court cases have stated out there. So it's really important that we get this right in terms of acknowledging, our rights to make decisions, especially in the context of the United Nations Declaration Act. Now, we have bills 14 and 15 that many of us had concerns about in regards to how decisions are made, and perhaps not even properly reviewing projects that need review in regards to environmental assessments. We have Bill C5 from the federal government to speed up the development of projects that are in the context of the Prime Minister and this government that are in the national interest. Now, that being said, what does that look like? Now we've seen a number of projects that were leaked by the Globe and Mail several months ago, 32 projects, of which about a third would have involved our region of British Columbia. So I think it's really important that we get this right, that we uphold our rights, title, and interests, especially on projects that are controversial, that transect many boundaries. Pipelines is a perfect example of that. So moving forward also too, the consultation and perhaps involvement of our First Nations. We had a meeting in July with the Prime Minister, with many chiefs and leaders from across this country. I believe there was a follow-up on Friday in regards to following up from that meeting to engage with First Nations and leaders across this country last Friday. So moving ahead, I think it's really important that you'll really have resolutions related to the fast-tracking legislation to advance BC First Nations positions on this very key issue. The other portfolio I do hold at the AFN is justice and policing. I want to thank Regional Chief Abram and Regional Chief Roe Paul, who recently presented at the committee in terms of policing, about the ongoing racism that we all experience within the policing system, whether it's RCMP, municipal police, or provincial police, and also further to really advocate for more resources for our own policing, whether it's our tripartite agreements with the RCMP or our own police forces, such as Statlium. And this is the legislation we've been working on with the going from program funding to essential services funding for policing. But the problem that we still have there is that the federal government wants the province and territories involved. And we've all seen how that went with child welfare, the underfunding, and when funding goes through the province, we don't get the full amount that what we deserve for the services that we need for policing. Recently, there's been a shuffle in terms of portfolios. I will start working on climate change and environment, and in climate change, the ACE committee. I'll be the co-chair with Regional Chief Paul from Nova Scotia. And we've been doing some work on climate change with my office. We do have a number of employees. What is known as a BC RIP project with our Indigenous relatives, if you will, in South America. We continue to look at solutions to climate change, especially nature-based solutions with our Indigenous peoples in South America. We'll continue to do some of that work. COP30 is next month in Brazil in November, and some of my staff will meet with our partners in Brazil next month. Water. In March, BCAFN hosted a 2-day water forum in Musqueam here, and with over 200 participants. And I think it's one of the things that happened, and at the result of former Prime Minister resigning, everything stopped. We were supposed to have legislation in terms of water legislation, and that has all stopped. I believe it's going to be coming around in terms of getting legislation in regards to water and protection of water that are very important to many of you in this room, considering all the issues that we deal with getting water, proper drinking water to our communities. Other matters that we're dealing with as well, mining reform. The Mineral Claims Consultation Framework has been in effect as of March 25th, 2025. The province estimates upwards of 10,000 referrals for the minerals claim staking, staking claims, which is a significant burden to all our First Nations across this province. And I think it's really important that we get proper consultation, not only development of the legislation, but how staking, online staking and staking occurs within this province. We need to get that right as well, and certainly we're doing more work. And it's been a difficult year in terms of really getting the ministry to acknowledge, to come into partnership to develop this legislation. One of the things that we're pushing for is alignment with the United Nations Declaration on Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Fisheries, another matter that I do hold as a portfolio that I do share with Regional Chief Paul from the East Coast, is the National Fisheries Committee. There's a 5-year review right now. I will be presenting to the committee in regards to the current legislation, and certainly we're trying to push for alignment with the United Nations Declaration, and also more management for fisheries that we've been calling for many decades. Certainly this year we've seen an increase in sockeye, the millions of sockeye species, fish that came back, and also pink salmon, which is good news. We're expecting, where I'm from, the early and late Stuart, about 100,000. There were 700,000 that came back. So I think it really speaks to perhaps some of the management that we had to do back in 2019, 2020 in regards to the big bar slide, and perhaps some of the habitat work that has been happening. One of the big issues, especially here in Musqueam, that we're dealing with is the issue of residential school denialism. And we're seeing, members of the Legislative Assembly, we're seeing government officials such as who represents this area, Dallas Brody, speaking to which of the Kamloops Indian Residential School, the 215 sites and graves that were found, and her followers calling that it's all a hoax, that residential school wasn't a bad thing at all. We know otherwise, and these people, and the issue of denialism has to be called out. And I believe we do have a resolution calling for her resignation. Certainly, child and families is another matter that will be brought up in regards to the federal government to get back to the table. One agreement exist with the province of Ontario that's specific to a 1967 agreement that was signed between the Ontario First Nations and the federal government. We're really encouraging the federal government, and this is what we heard from the Prime Minister during his campaign, that they come back to the table and negotiate with all regions for a national agreement. Lastly, the United Nations Declaration Act has been quite difficult to implement in this current political sphere that we live in. The tariff war and the push for development across this country and this province, really this knee-jerk reaction because of what we're seeing from President Trump and more tariffs being pushed, and much of the leadership, the premiers and also Prime Minister, wanting to diversify the economy. Certainly we get that, but there has to be better ways to do this that includes our ability to make decisions. And I think, to implement the United Nations Declaration Act, It has been, we've seen really Premier Eby taking a step back, and also the Prime Minister. And I think the trouble that we're seeing over the last year is that a lot of the decisions that we're seeing from this Premier and perhaps even the Prime Minister has been consolidated to the Prime Minister's office and to the Premier's office. Many of the ministries that we used to work with and had the resources to work with and engage and perhaps even align the declaration with really doesn't exist anymore. And that's really troubling. Because what are we dealing with? You know, it's ironic that, you know, much of the reactions of the Prime Minister and the Premiers is to have more of a say in terms of how they govern this country and this province is really because of the President, who's also done the same. If you look at what's going on in the United States, these tariffs, it's coming from him, it's coming from his office. And now the reaction that we get is really from the Premier, is really from the Prime Minister. So a lot of the decisions and a lot of the work that we're doing before this, and with the previous Premier, the late John Horgan, it really doesn't exist anymore. And that's really troubling. So where do we go from here? I don't know in terms of, you know, many of our First Nations, many of you in this room. Perhaps it is litigation, perhaps it is going back to the streets. And that's not the place that we want it to be. Because the whole purpose of the declaration was to avoid all of that and go to the negotiations. And that was the whole purpose of both implementation of UNDA and DRIPA, was to just go straight to negotiations, have some sort of say in how development occurs, how decisions are made. And that's really troubling. So I know that a lot to cover off over the last this last year, but I think it's going to be some very difficult decisions, some very difficult work that we were going to have to do over the next while to make sure that our rights, title, and interests is upheld. So that being said, I don't want to take more time, but once again, I want to thank you all for being in this room and for coming online to the annual AGM, the 22nd annual AGM. Thank you, Harold. Merci.
Thank you very much, Regional Chief. Chiefs and proxies, having been informed that the quorum was established at 9:19 a.m., I would ask for a motion to adopt the very busy agenda, which I reviewed earlier. I have a mover for that, to that effect. Will Fadam, seconder, please. Cookby, Casimir. Thank you very much. Is there a need for discussion of the agenda? Is there any opposition to the agenda? Any abstentions? Seeing none, the agenda is adopted by acclamation. You will move to the next agenda item. You'll see the update from the BCAFN Board of Directors. We've listed all the board members on the agenda, but through a drawing of straws, I think, Chief Don Sam is going to be the speaker on behalf of the board. Please help me welcome Chief Don Sam.
So Vietnam, happiness get also good now San Mietki. Acknowledge the Musqueam for allowing us to be here. And Simpuliam, thank you for opening us in a good way. My name is Donald Sam Tunacha, the Chief of the Akiskalik First Nation in Southeast corner of BC. Express my appreciation for Councillor Morgan opening up the BCAFN Annual General Assembly in a good way. really feel welcome. And I really feel the strength from everybody here, all the chiefs and proxies, leaders. I also want to welcome and thank you, our chiefs and proxies, knowledge keepers, elders, youth, community members for being here today so we can discuss the various challenges and opportunities our communities face. On behalf of the board, I would like to acknowledge Regional Chief Terry, ongoing leadership in advancing First Nations rights and interests across the critical sectors in BC at both the provincial and national levels. We look forward to continuing this important work in collaboration with the Regional Chief TG and the BCAFN team. Today, I will be reporting to the Chiefs in Assembly on behalf of the BCAFN Board of Directors. First, I would like to acknowledge my fellow BCAFN Board of Directors, Gukbi Roseanne Casimir, Kamloops, Sequatmik, Chief Maureen Lugie, Wet'suwet'en First Nation, Brian Asao, Weewikai, and Chief Jerry Jack from Mowachat. As board members, we ensure that the resolutions and mandates provided by the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly are carried out in alignment with the Regional Chiefs mandate and the vision and mission and values of our society. I thank my fellow board members for each of your hard work, as well as BCAFN's knowledge keepers and the youth, 2S, LGBTQ, QIA+, and women's representatives for your guidance and leadership. We also extend our best wishes to the candidates for the BCAFN 2S LGBTQ QIA+ representatives position and look forward to hearing your remarks at the All Candidates Forum. Since February's Special Chiefs Assembly, Canada's political and economic landscape has continued to be shaped by policies from the Trump administration and by government responses and transitions both here in BC and federally. In addition to these pressures, BCAFN continues to advance work in various important areas. First Nations are facing the economic threats of the tariffs imposed by the 2025 Trump administration. Regional Chief TG and the national leadership at the Assembly of First Nations have condemned these tariffs and affirmed that economic growth must not come at the expense of First Nations rights or the Crown's legal obligations. In response to pressures from the neighbours to the south, provincial and federal governments drafting legislation without our free, prior, and informed consent, infringing on our inherent title and rights. As a way to strengthen the provincial and Canadian economies, the provincial and federal government attempted to fast-track projects federally via Bill C-5 and the One Canadian Economy Act, and provincially through Bill 14, the Streamlining Projects Act, and Bill 15, the Infrastructure Projects Act. These pieces of legislation were made without adequate consultation or engagement of First Nations peoples and pose serious risk of our economies and raise environmental concerns. Alongside the challenging economic climate, other key issues persist. The opioid and housing crisis. It's another pressing issue we continue to see is a toxic drug crisis, taking the lives of many of our people. I think everybody here has been touched by this. Additionally, we have seen increased houselessness from members within and outside of our communities. We acknowledge the work being done by the First Nations Leadership Council in addressing these issues through the virtual All Chiefs meeting on the toxic drug crisis and the hybrid FNLC-FNHIC Housing Forum. We extend our sincerest condolences to those impacted by the toxic drug crisis and housing insecurity. Difficult discussions continue to take place to support First Nations Child and Family Services reform. First Nations in BC continue to experience significant delays in fully realizing their inherent rights to jurisdiction over their children and continue to experience harms as a result. BCAFN continues to recognize that the inherent right of jurisdiction over children and families rests with the First Nations and continues to work on developing a BC-specific pathway that meets the needs of our First Nations communities. BCAFN continues national work on ending sex-based discrimination in the Indian Act through the Indigenous Advisory Process and monitoring successor legislation to former Bill C-38, which is now Bill S-2, on new registration entitlements. Some progress has been made to revitalize our languages. The Assembly of First Nations Chief Committee on Languages has been tasked with developing a new regional allocation funding formula on behalf of the Department of Heritage Canada's Indigenous Language Component funding, currently administered by the First Peoples Cultural Council in BC. BC policy technicians advocated for the proper implementation of the regional allocation funding model to ensure BC First Nations receive proper support to protect the province's many diverse languages. While technicians across Canada shared differing views on the proposed funding formula, all agreed on the core principle that every language matters. BCAFN is also committed to calling on the province of BC to co-develop a First Nations Languages Act, affirming support for all First Nation languages in the province. Alongside the aforementioned issues, BCAFN continues to work in areas concerning economic development, emergency management and disaster risk reduction, the Federal United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, and the Provincial Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, addressing Métis colonialism, addressing rights to critical minerals, responding to climate change and environmental rights and priorities, and justice and policing. The BCAFN continues to work with our provincial partners, the First Nations Summit, the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, to engage government officials in advocating for change. The work being done by BCAFN and the regional chief under the mandate set by the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly is important to First Nation communities across BC. So thank you to the Chiefs in Assembly for your continued leadership and dedication to addressing these many issues. Thank
you very much. Thank you very much for that. Just want to check with the staff just to make sure that the Michaela and Reina are online. Yep. Awesome. Thank you very much for that. So with that, we'll turn to the financial update. So Michaela Roque from KPMG Auditor via Zoom, and Reina Barter, BCAFN Finance Manager, also via Zoom. Good morning to the two of you. You are on the screens. Over to you, and just noting we do have 20 minutes for that, but we do have the two resolutions we need to get through as well.
Good morning. I'll turn it over to Michaela.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for having me attend your AGM. I'm calling in from the traditional unceded territory of the Lheidli here. I'm your external auditor from Prince George. So today I will be going through the financial statements for the BC Assembly of First Nations March 31st, 2025 fiscal year end. So I will present the financials for you here today, and happy to take questions along the way, Reina and myself. So in terms of the auditor's report, so KPMG did provide a clean audit opinion on the financial statements of BCAFN for March 31st, 2025. So that meant that we found no material issues on the financial statements in accordance with the Canadian public sector accounting standards. So I'm going to dive right into the financial statement presentation. I do want to say a huge thank you to BCAFN. Thank you, Reina and Vanessa. You guys are amazing to work with, so we really appreciate your transparency and hard work to get these financial statements approved. So we're going to start with the snapshot right at March 31st. These are the assets and the liabilities of BCAFN. And we're going to start with the financial assets. This is anything that can be converted into cash waiting to be collected from funders. The amount was just over $8 million in cash in the accounts and funding waiting to be received, compared to almost 3 million last year. In terms of liabilities, BCAFN has accounts payable and accrued liabilities of $812,000 at year end, at fiscal year end. This is amounts for bills and vendors that were just waiting to be paid of about $384,000, and as well wages and benefits that were due to staff of about $298,000. And then the biggest liability is the deferred revenue for BC Assembly of First Nations. So they receive funding for different projects and initiatives that aren't always completed in the year. And so the funding is set aside here. There's 6.5 million of various different projects and funding that will be spent in future years. So it's set aside to be able to spend at a later date. The cash is and the amounts are collectible and in the bank. It's just waiting to be expensed. Prior year was about 5.8 million. So liabilities for the year for the fiscal year 2025 was 7.3 million compared to almost 7 million in the previous year. So when you take your financial assets and you subtract all the liabilities, the net financial amount that's remaining is the 718,000 compared to 347,000 in the previous year. BCAFN also has non-financial assets. These are assets that are physical in nature and not converted to cash as easily without having to sell them. There's about 167,000 this year compared to 215,000 last year. This is, the furniture and buildings that they own and prepaid expenses that were paid in advance, waiting to be expensed. So in total, BCAFN has accumulated surplus since its inception, all the years of gains and losses of 886,000 compared to 563,000 in the previous year, with about 738,000 of that amount being unrestricted. So we'll take a look at the fiscal 2025 year. We have a budget column is the first column. In the middle there is the actual for the year. Revenues came in at 8.4 million compared to 7.2 million in the previous year. Budget was almost about 13 million, but as discussed, a lot of the funds that were expected to come in either are deferred, waiting to be spent in the upcoming year, and just budgeted for here. In terms of expenses came in at 8.1 million compared to just over 7 million. Some of the changes in the year was wages and increase in cost of living, as well as increased wages to things like more policy analysts. There was additional funds spent to sort out the Environment and Climate Change Canada nature agreements as well in terms of professional fees. In the legislation column, which is why you see wages or expenses increased from the previous year. In terms of the annual surplus, though, for the year, there was budgeted to be a bit of a deficit, but it came in at a surplus of 323,000 compared to the previous year of 181,000. So that 323,000 annual surplus gets added to that figure that I had mentioned, the 886,000. Again, that's the contribution for the year that's accumulating into the future for BCAFN. So I'm going to stop there. I'm happy to take any questions on any of the financial information presented here today.
Thank you very much for that. And so I'll look here in the room and I'll look online to see if there are any questions. And I would note maybe two quick questions while people are thinking of that. It looks like there was a steady 10% growth on the balance sheet between last year and this year. And then I was just curious about the large increase in the doubling of the ISK funding here on the statement of operations. And generally, as you all know, that these are often explained in the notes and in the supplemental pages in the financial statements, which, as I recall, have been circulated. The financial statements are, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yes, in the annual report as well. Thank you. All right. Michaela? So just as a curiosity then, just the increase in ISK funding in this year?
Apologies. Yeah, so the Indigenous Services Canada funding was 2 million. The previous year was 2.3. So there was a little bit of a decrease from the previous year, but there was quite a bit in the deferred in waiting to be spent.
Mm-hmm.
It was budgeted to be about 5.4 million, and I'll go down to the deferred. So Indigenous Services Canada has about 2.4 million set aside for the future years. I'm not sure, Reyna or Vanessa, if you guys want to talk about some plans for the Indigenous Services Canada funding that's set aside there of almost 2.5 million.
Yeah, and thanks, Michaela. Yeah, and it's well described there, so I do appreciate that. Seeing no questions here in the room, looking to make sure there's no questions online. With that then, with your permission, we'll turn to the resolutions. So draft resolution 1, the adoption of the 2024-2025 audited financial statements. I do need a mover and seconder for this, and I see Chief Lugie there? Chief Lugie. And the seconder, I'll look both here and use your microphone.
Oh.
13, please.
Chief Wallace, Brenda Wallace. Sorry.
Thank you, Chief Wallace.
Yeah.
It could be my age, but the light seems different here today. Just trying to see the end of the room. All right, Chief Lugie and Chief Wallace, thank you very much. So whereas KPMG was appointed through last year to act as the auditor for 1 year, and they prepared and presented the independent auditor's report for 24-25 to the Chiefs of Assembly. Therefore be it resolved that the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly hereby adopt the 2024-2025 audited financial statements as presented at the BCAFN 22nd Annual General Meeting. Is there a need for discussion of this resolution? Chief Casmer, number 27.
Cook's Jam. I just wanted to just turn to the resolution. In B, it says 2054. So just to note that correction, Cook's Jam.
Well, a 30-year financial report is impressive. It's a vote of confidence. So we'll make that note. It's 2024. Thank you very much. Or 2025. Thank you very much for that. Seeing no further questions or discussion, are there any objections to this resolution? Any objections? Are there any abstentions? Any abstentions? Seeing none, the resolution is adopted by acclamation. Thank you very much. Draft Resolution 2, appointment of the auditor for the coming year. I'll need a mover and a seconder as well to reappoint KPMG. Chief Adam, Wilf Adam, and the chief over here, is that Harley? Chief Harley, Gingy? Section 11.4 of the BCAFN Constitution and Bylaws requires the members to appoint an auditor to hold office until the auditor is reelected or a successor is elected at the next annual general meeting. KPMG was the auditor for the 24, 25, 24, 20, 54, depending on how you want to look at it, fiscal year. Therefore, be it resolved, BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly hereby appoint KPMG LLP as the auditor for the BC Assembly of First Nations to hold office until the auditor is reappointed or his successor is identified. Is there any need for discussion of this resolution? Any need for discussion? Seeing none. Any opposition? Any opposition? Seeing none. Any abstentions? Any abstentions? Seeing none, this resolution 2 is adopted by acclamation. Thank you very much for that. We'll now turn our agenda, which is to hear from the representatives. And first, we'll hear from the women's representative. Following that, we'll hear from the Two-Spirit, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning, intersex, asexual plus representatives. And then we will move to the, I'll call it the Two-Spirit plus flag presentation. Cheryl Rule, Coldwater Indian Band, as the BCAFN Women's Representative. Oh. Okay. Then is she delayed by a few moments? Like minutes. Okay. 2 minutes. You can stay here. We shall all wait. All right, and just as a reminder, we'll turn to the Two-Spirit Plus representatives, and then we'll look at the Two-Spirit Plus flag, then the female youth representative, and then at 11:40, we will turn to the deputy clerk for the Privy Council office and the vice president for the major projects office, Rob Van Wellingham, and Christiane Fox is the deputy clerk, and who many of you are familiar with. That'll get us to the lunch break. We'll also let you know that as a part of the flag presentation, we will be looking at Resolution 3, the adoption of the flag. And we are ahead of schedule, so that's to be understood. Is Aureen in the room? Aureen? Yeah. Perhaps we'll just switch the order a little bit and go to the address from the Two-Spirited representative, Aureen Askew for Squamish Nation. Oh, there you go. I stand corrected. Welcome, Cheryl. You are, in fact, early for your presentation, according to our agenda.
Thank you. Hentla, Yedikshisht, chiefs, leadership, elders, knowledge keepers, community members, and special guests. My name is Cheryl Rule. I'm the BCAFN Women's Representative, and I'm also the Vice Chief for Insuletco, Coldwater Indian Band. I'm grateful to speak to you on the ancestral and traditional and unceded territories of the Musqueam. Thank you to Councillor Morgan Guerin of the Musqueam First Nations for your warm welcome and opening remarks this morning. I would like to acknowledge the Regional Chief, the BCAFN Board, and my fellow elected representatives and BCAFN staff for their support. This morning, I will begin to share my vision as the BCAFN Women's Representative. My vision is to build a community grounded in trust, transparency, and a powerful voice for justice. I'm committed to advancing human rights, universal dignity, and environmental sustainability, with a deep focus on the rights and well-being of First Nations people in BC. I strive to create meaningful change by fostering a strong governance, supporting human resources, and shaping policies that reflect our shared values. I'm dedicated to preserving and uplifting First Nations language, culture, and traditional teachings, especially through the wisdom of knowledge keepers and elders. I work tirelessly to raise awareness of the missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, 2S LGBTQIA+ people, and men and boys, while advocating for healing and justice for the residential school survivors. I'm also committed to supporting children in care and creating preventive programs for vulnerable youth and young adults, particularly as we confront the ongoing drug crisis. Through all of this, my focus is on compassion, community, and the betterment of every member. Before I proceed, I think it is appropriate for us to take a moment of silence to remember and honor all the missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ peoples, and send strength to their families for a 1-minute pause. Kuksha. As of this month, I've concluded my first year of 3 as the BCAFN Women's Representative. I'm very grateful to have completed various milestones from my first report out to the Chiefs during the second Chiefs Assembly last February. To contribute during the technical meetings with our members of the collaborative table to implement the calls for justice, and lead the planning and implementation of the BC First Nations Women and 2S LGBTQIA+ dialogue session, along with the BCAFN 2S LGBTQIA+ representative that took place this past June. As BCAFN Women's Representative, I am a member of the AFN Women's Council and attended monthly meetings to stay up to date on news and a number of incentives across Turtle Island, as well as connecting with like-minded organizations to advocate for increasing of funding for initiatives that support the well-being and uplift First Nations women in BC. I have had the privilege to attend the AFN Annual General Assembly in the traditional territories of the Anishinaabe, Cree, Dakota, Lakota, and Dane people. This was a busy time as there were many important resolutions related to health and wellness, well-being of First Nations communities. I will continue to be committed to listening, understanding, and responding to the needs and concerns of First Nations women in BC. I am looking forward to continuing this good work at the federal level and within our First Nations communities. I look forward to working ahead and supporting BC First Nations women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ people. I continue to work along of other FNLC organizations and BC First Nations Justice Council at the collaborative table to implement the calls for justice, which is mandated through the Chiefs of Assembly via BCAFN Resolution 18-2024. The importance of this work is much greater in a time like today, as there is a need to establish the provincial level coordination table between the provinces, BC First Nations Leadership Council, and the MMIWG2S+ families and survivors to help advocate a more coordinated and collaborative and accountability-oriented work and facilitate enhanced communication. Although there are First Nations organizations are working to advance implementations of the calls to justice, again, there's still a need for more systematic and specific concrete action, goals, timeframes, and measurement indicators that will help evaluate progress. There are many overdue actions, and the collaborative table to implement the calls for justice will bring a form of accountability and transparency like no other. Due to the changes in government, the table is currently reaffirming alignment and accessing capacity by designing a framework that uses the current systems and mechanisms to overcome challenges, which is being experienced by many at this time. With this in mind, the table continues to advance the principles of justice, accountability, and equity. BCAFN is working to fulfill endorsement from Chiefs in Assembly via Resolution 02-2023 calls for MMIWG2S+ legislation. The BCAFN belongs to an informal working group focused on this issue along with BC's Civil Liberty Association, UBCIC, and BC Women's Association, BC First Nations Justice Council, and the creators of the grassroots MMIWG2S+ database, Midnight Order. The working group is now being supported by a consultant who is supporting the implementation of the recommendations from the working group members, as well as further research and additions to the environmental scan of gaps and strengths in the existing legislation and policy framework. The aim is to also further analyze and explore legislative mechanisms that could add teeth to the federal government's responsibility and support coordination and standards along jurisdictions. The next steps include completing the environmental scan and discussion papers that also outline the need for the national MMIWG database and the red dress alert. The working group is hopeful that this work will be complementary and very useful, pointing to the gaps, barriers, challenges, and recommendations going forward. At the next SCA in March, we are eager to present and share the framework with you, all to expand engagement to gain support for this work. This work is also in alignment with the BC Chiefs' support for the national inquiry into the MMIWG 2S+ calls for justice, as well as an engagement with families and survivors hosted by the BCAFN to support the development of the National Action Plan to implement the calls to justice. Based on feedback provided through a pre-event survey earlier in the planning stages of the BCAFN First Nations Women and 2SLGBTQIA+ Peoples Dialogue Session, helped guide our event planning. Thank you to those who completed. We hope the event met your expectations. From June 24th to the 26th in 2025, the BC Assembly of First Nations proudly hosted 2025 First Nations Women, Girls, and 2SLGBTQIA+ People's Dialogue Session in Claylith, Tenay Territory in Prince George. The event, which was held both in person and partially hybrid, carried the theme Healing in Action, aimed at uplifting and advancing equity and justice for First Nations women, girls, and 2SLGBTQIA+ people. With over 90 First Nation leaders and community members of all genders in attendance, this year's gathering sparked meaningful dialogue on healing, empowerment, a collective action, co-chaired by Chastity Davis, Applause, and Jaylene Thyme. The season served as a space for collaboration and learning from one another's lived experience and wisdom. Thank you all for your unwavering commitment, leadership, and wisdom shared throughout this meaningful gathering and future continued collaboration. Your efforts continue to be making a tangible difference, and I look forward to continuing our work together. BCAFN is working to complete a comprehensive post-event What We Heard report, capturing the voices and priorities shared during the session. These insights were contributed to ongoing advocacy efforts and actions for First Nations women, girls, 2SLGBTQIA+ individuals. We hope this report will foster not only understanding of challenges, but also actionable steps towards justice and healing. Our next steps include moving through the process to validate What We Heard report, which then will be shared and endorsed through resolution at the BCAFN Special Chiefs Assembly in March of 2026. Stay tuned for more updates and official report. Together, we continue to work, lifting each other up, of creating space where healing is possible and to ensure that our voices are heard and acted upon. Thank you to everyone who contributed to the success of the 2025 dialogue session. We look forward to carrying these recommendations forward in our continued advocacy for justice and healing. At the BCAFN First Nations Women and 2S LGBTQIA+ dialogue session, the BCAFN 2S LGBTQIA representative and I completed a preliminary engagement with the BCAFN First Nations community members on a new incentive to establish of the Women's Council and the BCAFN 2S LGBTQIA+ Council. This work is supported by Resolution 01/2025 and Resolution 02/2025. During this engagement, we often heard and collected feedback that will help shape the foundation for the creation of 2 advisory bodies within the BC Assembly of First Nations. Both councils will play a new advisory bodies within the BC Assembly of First Nations. Both councils will play a vital role not only guiding inclusive, equitable policies and practices that reflect the diverse experiences and needs of First Nations women and 2S LGBTQIA+ people, but will also increase representation in the work we do at the national level. Earlier this month, we issued the call for expression of interest for council members in fulfillment of the BCAFN Resolution 01/2025 and 02/2025. The original deadline to respond to this call was the end of day on October 24th, 2025, but this will be extended. The next steps include the selection of the council members by the BCAFN Board of Directors, which will be facilitated by BCAFN consultant Maggie Mills. As this is a new incentive, council members will be involved in the creation of the foundation policy documents, including the terms of reference and other guiding documents that relate to the operation of the council. Once established, council members will be introduced to the current initiatives such as work related to the implementation of the First Nations Gender Equity Strategic Action Plan, and will be provided a consideration paper to support advocacy moving forward with their involvement in the work. This work is also in alignment with the BCAFN Resolution 01/2024, support for the BCAFN to implement the First Nations Gender Equity Strategic Action Plan for Justice 1.4, 18.1, 18.2, 18.7, and 18.9. I look forward to sharing future updates on the development of this council with you all again soon. As mandated by BCAFN Resolution 01/2023, ending sexual-based discrimination in the Indian Act in alignment with the UN Declaration, the BC Assembly of First Nations continues to be actively participating in the Indigenous advisory process on the collaborative process on the second generation cutoff and Section 10 voting threshold. As a recap, in June 2024, BC Assembly of First Nations and UBCIC began engaging and managing contractors to review Indigenous Service Canada guides and materials to identify gaps and create BC-specific resources, along with communication toolkits to assist BC First Nations in participating in the ISK consultation process and promoting awareness along their communities. The material information was co-developed by Harmony Johnson and can be found on the BCAFN website under the newly published webpage titled Membership/Citizenship. In September 2025, the IAP was reviewed by ISC, and as part of the efforts, the BCAFN and UBCIC are launching a social media campaign and will co-host a webinar on December 12th to engage First Nations community to encourage the use of resources. The resources and webinar are designed to help First Nations better understand and critically engage with the issues surrounding sexual discrimination and the consultation process. BCAFN also continues to monitor the former Bill C-38, introduced in December 2022, an act to amend the Indian Act, new registration entitlements, which was terminated on January 6, 2025, when Parliament was prolonged. Identical legislation has been reintroduced in Parliament at Bill S-2. Bill S-2 seeks to address the following four issues: enfranchisement, voluntary deregistration, natal ban reaffirmation, and the removal of outdated and offensive language related to dependent persons. As of September 2024/2025, the Standing Senate Committee on Indigenous People have been meeting to study and deliberate Bill S-2, an act to amend the Indian Act. New registration entitlements. Advocates and legal experts from all levels of government to organize down to individuals who have been witnessed or made submissions for the consideration of the Senate Committee on Indigenous Peoples. A BCAFN, our BC First Nations chief, is speaking the impacts of Bill S-2 and the second generation cutoff on her community, in her community, and to the BCAFN submission. The BCAFN submission calls for ending sex-based discrimination in the Indian Act and implementation of Bill S-2, furthering the echoes of the decades of reports, and calls to remove the second generation cutoff, and highlights that no meaningful action is taken other than piecemealing legislation that does not address the underlying issues. The submission also urges Canada to align the Indian Act with the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, eliminating provisions related to based on ancestry and gender, and provide compensation for past harms. BCAFN also calls for the expansion of reserve lands, increased support for Indigenous Service Canada, and the implementation of recommendations from Make It Stop report. These actions are essential for true reconciliation, healing, and ensuring First Nations are empowered and respected now and in the future. Although we have mandates dating 2009 to 2023, the resolutions are being presented by chiefs in Assembly on the morning of October 29, 2025. Reaffirms this work. We are beyond grateful for your continued support to carry this work forward in a good way. Before I conclude, I want to reaffirm that all initiatives in this presentation are connected to the implementation of the BCAFN First Nations Gender Equity Strategic Plan, Action Plan, and to fill the BCAFN Resolution 01/2024. For example, the BCAFN secured funding and working to establish a BCAFN Women's Council and a BCAFN 2S LGBTQIA+ Council is an essential act to Vision 1. Goal 1.1, strong women and 2S LGBTQIA+ representatives, council and grassroots initiatives. BCAFN is hosting the BCAFN First Nations Women and 2S LGBTQIA+ dialogue session is also a foundational act of Vision 1. But Goal 1.5, leadership within all types of government and sectors. BCAFN actively participates in a collaborative table to implement the calls to justice is a core action of Vision 3. Goal 3.2 holds the Crown accountable to domestic and international obligations. I acknowledge there's still much to be done, and the BCAFN is actively working to disseminate existing silos while implementation of the First Nations Gender Equity Strategic Action Plan across all key areas, including justice, climate and environmental initiatives, economic development, and housing. To conclude, I continue to look forward to providing future reports on the progress of implementation of the BCAFN First Nations Gender Equity Strategic Action Plan at meetings and gatherings such as today. Finally, I invite you to reach out to me at any time to collaborate on this important work, or if there is a way I can support your community. Uksham for you for listening to my update and your unwavering support. I now invite the BCAFN to LGBTQIA+ representative, Oreen, ask you to share her update. Guksham.
So you'll go.
Got to move this microphone way up because I'm 6'1". I also noticed a photo in the last report of wearing the exact same shirt. So I got to do some shopping. Good morning, chiefs, leadership, elders, knowledge keepers, and special guests. I'm honored to be speaking to you on the ancestral traditional territory of the Musqueam people. Thank you to Councillor Morgan Guerin of the Musqueam First Nation for your kind welcome and opening remarks, as well as Uncle Simplian for your paddle song. Thank you. Hot squile tinoya, skohamish, aslahan okameoch, Oreen Askew, Queensna, Chinwa, DJ Osho, Tamalia, Queen Kushamin. Good morning, everyone. My name is Oreen Askew, also known as DJ Osho. I'm Afro-Indigenous from the Squamish Nation, and I'm two-spirited. I'm also the BCAFN 2S LGBTQIA+ representative serving on the AFN 2S LGBTQIA+ Council. I want to take a moment to express my gratitude to the Regional Chief, Terry TG, the BCAFN Board, my fellow elected representatives, and the dedicated staff at the BCAFN for the amazing work each of you do. Your efforts truly make a difference, and I deeply acknowledge and appreciate everything you contribute. This morning, I will be reflecting the conclusion of my first term as the BCAFN 2S LGBTQIA+ representative. Since the beginning, my vision remained consistent. As an Afro-Indigenous and Two-Spirit person, I've always wanted to create a safe space and connection with community and culture for the 2S LGBTQIA+ community and First Nations people in all their diversity. This position allows me to do just that, and I'm thankful to be able to do this work. My priorities include supporting the advocacy and voices of 2S LGBTQIA+ First Nations people from BC throughout engagement and events like today, and representing our views at the national level by being a member of the AFN 2S LGBTQIA+ Council. Elected in 2022 as the BCAFN 2S LGBTQIA+ representative, I will be completing my first term and seeking re-election for a second term as the BCAFN 2S LGBTQIA+ representative this week. This role acts as a regional representative for the AFN 2S LGBTQIA+ Council, which was established in 2021 after the Special Chiefs Assembly carried AFN Resolution 15/2021, mandating the creation of the first 2S LGBTQIA+ Council. I'm one of 2 self-identifying females on the National Council, so it's 2 women out of 10 folks. I'm honored to have been the regional representative for BCAFN on the AFN 2S LGBTQIA+ Council. The Council is focused on addressing legislation that does not serve the health and well-being of First Nations 2S LGBTQIA+ people. I'm thankful to have been involved in the work to develop a 2S LGBTQIA+ strategic action plan and reaffirm a few areas of priorities that are important to the Council that was mandated through AFN Resolution 07/2024. Support for the Assembly of First Nations 2S LGBTQIA+ Council mandate and funding, which was moved and seconded by Chiefs in Assembly at the AFN 45th Annual General Assembly in July of 2024. This was important work for me to be involved in, as the well-being of First Nations 2S LGBTQIA+ peoples continues to be harmed within community and at the national level through legislation. The resolution empowers the AFN 2S LGBTQIA+ Council to advocate on these issues and to seek sustainable funding for Council activities. As a member of the Council, I'm also fortunate to attend AFN meetings and gatherings. Most notably, I attended the National Wellness Gathering for Indian Residential School Survivors, hosted by the Assembly of First Nations and First Peoples Wellness Circle for healing and the promotion of wellness for all Indian residential school survivors, as well as the AFN National MMIWG 2S+ gathering to listen to family members and survivors and share about some of the BCAFN's work. These were impactful experiences. As a council, we not only meet monthly, but also meet with external entities to build relationships with ministers from the Government of Canada and organizations like EGAL or the RCMP. Regionally, I have worked to maintain and build relationships with regional and local 2S LGBTQIA+ organizations and advocate for issues regarding the lack of funding for 2S LGBTQIA+ initiatives and programming in BC First Nations, as well as for the creation and maintenance of safe spaces for 2S LGBTQIA+ peoples within First Nations communities. Throughout my tenure, I have also had the privilege to report out to chiefs on my work during a few annual events, such as the BCAFN Special Chiefs Assemblies, Annual General Meeting, Women Chiefs Caucus meetings, and most recently at the Women and 2S LGBTQIA+ People's Dialogue session, as mentioned by BCAFN's Women's Representative Cheryl Rule. I also attended events hosted by other First Nations and 2S LGBTQIA+ societies and organizations such as the National Indigenous Federal Provincial Territorial Roundtable on MMIWG and 2S LGBTQIA+ peoples, and the annual February 14th Women's Memorial March to advocate, build connections, and learn. During each of these events, I have learned something new and gained further understanding and insight into the collective, yet diverse priorities of First Nations 2S LGBTQIA+ people. I have also been involved in various BCAFN initiatives related to the completion and implementation of BCAFN First Nations Gender Equity Strategic Action Plan and the BCAFN First Nations Gender-Based Analysis Plus Toolkit, as well as continued advocacy for voting rights for BCAFN representatives and establishment of BCAFN 2S LGBTQIA+ Council, which has been brought to life. If you know anyone who would be interested in applying, we are still accepting expressions of interest. So please share with your network that we are seeking 2S LGBTQIA+ council members. One initiative I'm extremely proud of is the BCAFN 2S LGBTQIA+ flag, which I will speak to now. The diversity is not only within our First Nations languages, customs, legal orders, and traditional knowledge in BC, but within our identity and community structures that once uplifted First Nations 2S LGBTQIA+ people. Today and always, we continue to uplift First Nations 2S LGBTQIA+ people. Since 2023, the work I did to engage First Nations 2S LGBTQIA+ peoples through in-person events and 2S LGBTQIA+ organizations, networks, and social media. We receive feedback and comments that include a wide range of ideas for flag options. Feedback included using various features from the original rainbow flag, the two-spirited flag, the progressive flag, and elements from BC First Nations. In early November 2024, BCAFN announced the call for concepts on the BCAFN 2S LGBTQIA+ flag that include compiled feedback that was captured throughout in-person and virtual engagement, at which time this call received an extended deadline to submit an initial flag design, being January 10th, 2025. I would like to send a thank you and hold my hands up to all who have supported and shared the initiative within their First Nations community and network, and extend a thank you to all of those who have granted us their time by responding to the call for concepts on the BCAFN 2S LGBTQIA+ flag. I believe that we undertook this initiative with the aim to co-develop a flag that uplifts the identities and voices of BC First Nations 2S LGBTQIA+ people, as the flag not only signifies the inclusion in BCAFN, but also for the flag to represent gender diversity within BC First Nations. The purpose of this initiative was to develop a 2S LGBTQIA+ flag is to represent BC First Nation 2S LGBTQIA+ people and to signify the inclusivity, diversity within the BCAFN. Throughout the BCAFN call for concepts on the BCAFN 2S LGBTQIA+ flag, we received a total of 4 submissions. And I worked with other BCAFN representatives, knowledge keepers, and the BCAFN Board of Directors to select a flag design. I'm honored to share that artist Carrie Lynn Victor's flag design was selected and completed as BCAFN 2S LGBTQIA+ flag. Carrie Lynn Victor, who is rooted in community and renowned in the arts, is also a two-spirited individual and is of an ancestral identity of the Kumontalat. Apologies if I pronounced that wrong. And she is Salish and mixed European lineage. Is Carolyn here? Okay. Just waiting for Carolyn to get here. But before we honor the flag, I just want to say, isn't it beautiful? Before we honor the flag, I will now speak to the BCAFN Draft Resolution 03/2025 adoption. No. She just told me to continue with the resolution. I'm just speaking to the resolution. Which is not on the floor yet. Go ahead. I don't know. Okay, so before we honor the flag, I will now speak to the BCAFN Draft Resolution 03/2025 adoption of the BCAFN 2S LGBTQIA+ flag that is being brought forward to you for consideration. The purpose of this resolution is for the adoption of the BCAFN 2S LGBTQIA+ flag and to recognize that the flag is to also represent the diversity, inclusivity of the BC Assembly of First Nations. As the BCAFN 2S LGBTQIA+ representative, I've been involved in the process to ensure that the work is completed in a good way and that BC First Nations 2S LGBTQIA+ people are invited into safe spaces, both symbolic and systematically. The BCAFN also continues to advocate and advance the priorities of BC 2S LGBTQIA+ First Nations people and their well-being. The flag will be honored during this year's BCAFN annual General Assembly alongside the artists who shared their gift with us. We will also seek endorsement from chiefs in assembly via draft resolution. So in conclusion, I would like to express my gratitude and importance of proactively taking advantage of opportunities to create systemic change that intentionally impacts First Nations women, Two-Spirit, trans, non-binary, and gender and sexuality or sexually diverse people, and championing existing initiatives and successes. I'm honored to have worked alongside the BCAFN's Women's Representative to contribute to current and future work. Moving forward, I acknowledge that there is still work to be done. Good luck to all 2025 and 2026 candidates. Chen Quinn Mentomia. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Oshin. That was excellent, thorough. I had to caution her not to call the vote. But what we'll do is Carolyn Victor is on her way, I understand it, and so we'll just give her a moment to arrive. We want her to be present and to have a moment to speak on the flag before we move to that resolution. And so with that, we'll just adjust slightly and we will go to the address from the BCAFN Female Youth Representative, Crystal Starr Lewis. Okay. Health break. We are in the weird and unusual situation of having 10 minutes for a break. Let's take it. Aware that we have a little bit of a filter issue with the coffee that was just made, so there's grounds in the coffee, so they're going to work on getting that fixed for us. So it's more like campfire coffee at the moment. So let's wrap up our conversations and retake our chairs, and we'll pick up with the presentation of the two-spirited lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning, intersex, asexual plus flag raising. Earlier in her presentation, the two-spirited representative did introduce and did mention the artist who was selected by the representatives and the board was commissioned to do the flag, in which you did see the image of it. And so I will invite Aureen Askew back to the podium, and she will be joined by the artist, Carrie Lynn Victor.
Hi, I hope everyone had a good break, had some fruit and some coffee, maybe some water. I'm so privileged today to introduce the artist of the BCAFN 2S LGBTQIA+ flag, Carrie Lynn Victor. I'd like to invite her to the microphone, please. Let's give her a round of applause.
Tsitala Kwasmukalip Siamal Siaya Huiwal Telsqualawal Quelsma Hui Skateswalip Hichap Quisli Alip Choose Tel Squalawal Alip. Thanking everyone who's present today. A'altha Humantalat Talito Chiam. I just want to start out by thanking the ones who initiated this work. Representation is important, but most of all, safety is important. And this Progress Pride flag offers just a little bit of safety for those in need. Someone who might be vulnerable, someone who might feel alone, can see a marker like this and take a little bit of comfort. Maybe there's a safe person inside an office or a home who's waving this flag, waving this marker. So I'm grateful for the work that's done, grateful for the open hearts and minds, remembering that all those who this flag represents are an expression of life itself. Diverse, beautiful expression of life, as we all are. I hope that this flag does its good work and that the good work continues here and in your communities. Yathu Kwasai Teshwalap.
Thank you very much for that, Carrie, and welcome. And we do have a gift for you. And as just before we move, I do want to draw the Assembly's attention to draft resolution 3, adoption of the BCAFN two-spirit lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, Queer, Questioning Intersex and Asexual Plus flag, moved by Chief Darcy Paul, Schuylkill First Nation, who is present online. I'll need a seconder for this. I do see Chief Jerry Jack. And the resolution, on-time resolution, your package, essentially speaks to the difficult history of for our two-spirited people, and it talks about your work to support acceptance and inclusion for our two-spirited people, as represented by the development of this flag. It reviews the history of the establishment of the rainbow flag and its evolution over the years to be more inclusive, and then therefore be it resolved that the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly hereby adopt the BCAFN two-spirit, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning, intersex, asexual plus flag as presented at the BCAFN 22nd Annual General Meeting. I look to the mover and seconder to see if they wish to speak to this resolution. Chief Paul?
Ace Latit Maquat, Chief Darcy Paul of Schuylkill. Again, just thank Carrie for the work you did, and the committee for the call out, and great pick of the submission. Honored to be the mover for this, and look forward to the protection and the safety that this will provide for all the folks. Just thank you again to the ones that put this on. You see them.
Thank you, Chief Paul. Chief Jack at microphone 17, did you wish to address the resolution? All good. Is there any discussion of the resolution as presented? Any discussion? Seeing none here in the room or online, with your permission, we'll move to the question. Is there any objection to this or opposition to this resolution? Any opposition? Seeing none, are there any abstentions to this resolution? Any abstentions? Seeing none, then with your permission, we declare the resolution, the adoption of the BCAFN 2SL LGBTQIA plus flag by acclamation. I'll turn your attention to the corner here by our knowledge keepers. And then our youth representative is en route, and so we'll give her some time to arrive. And we are a bit early for the address by the deputy clerk, so we'll also await her arrival. For the water? Yeah. So I'm just looking to the staff and to the resolutions group in terms of what we can move forward, and we're going to turn to the water rights update, which is on October 30th at 9:50. It's a 20-minute slot for a presentation on that, and then we do have a resolution pending the arrival of our guests. Regional Chief? You can use the microphone here or microphones 1 and 2. It's up to you.
I'll go here.
Yeah.
Just waiting for the.
Introduce yourself.
Yeah. Good morning, chiefs and proxies. My name is Sophia Iliopoulos. I am the Associate Director at BCAFN of Environment, and I also support the water portfolio, both provincially and federally. Forgive me, we were prepared to do this on Thursday, so we're just getting our slides up now. But we're essentially going to move forward with a resolution that's in your agenda kits, resolution number 12. Resolution 12, 2025. This is with respect to the federal legislation regarding the First Nations Clean Water Act. Many of you have probably heard about it. It's been in the media and being deliberated in Parliament for the last few years. But it effectively died on the order table when the government was prorogued earlier this year. So in this time of waiting, BCAFN hosted a 2-day water forum in March on Musqueam territory. And part of the discussions were about how to advance that legislation forward from BC First Nations perspectives. A lot of the conversation was about how to mitigate the government's arguments that they're currently articulating in the Shamattawa case. There's a current safe drinking water settlement case that's being debated, and the government is saying that they don't have a fiduciary duty to provide First Nations with safe drinking water on reserve. And so I think a lot of First Nations have expressed the keen need to close that gap. And how to do that is to meaningfully legislate the right to water within the legislation. The draft that died on the order table articulates it in the preamble, but BCAFN did do a legal analysis last year, which was supported and endorsed by the chiefs in assembly, that said that they need to do better. They need to actually enshrine it in the heart of the legislation. And so BCAFN prepared a short position paper that's in your kits under water that really kind of dives into why this is critical, why this is really important, and why this is the opportune time to advance this mandate. For your awareness, Mark Carney did, through his platform commitments in the spring, commit to legislating the human right to water on the first order of business when he gets elected. So there's a lot of political, I'd say, opportunities right now to really coordinate and advocate that he lives up to those commitments. So I did have a presentation prepared, but I think I actually got to the heart of what this position paper is speaking to, and then of course what the heart of the resolution speaks to, which is to get the chief's support for BCAFN to really own in on this legislative amendment and ensure that we apply the appropriate pressure to get the federal government to commit to this in the reintroduction of the legislation, which is anticipated this fall. So I'll leave it at that, Harold.
I think this resolution speaks to not only as a human right, it's a moral and an ethical question that the federal government live up to. Really something that many First Nations were asking for many, many decades, safe drinking water. And I think just in general, just talking about legislation, not only water legislation, but there's also fisheries legislation we're reviewing. As a part of the United Nations Declaration Act implementation, what we're trying to do is align many of these legislations that are in the queue with the declaration itself. So it's just, I suppose, a common practice that we're trying to do at the not only here at BCAFN, but at the AFN. So thank you.
Thank you very much for doing that. So as noted, we will turn your attention to draft resolution 12, establishing legally binding mechanisms that enshrine the human right to safe drinking water in federal legislation. Chief Shannon Thomas, Laxon First Nation, present online.
President.
I will need a, yes? And I'll need a seconder, and I do see Cookby Rhonda Phillips listed as the seconder. Chief Phillips, you available? Is she online? Do we know? She's online? Yes. She is online. Excellent. With that, as Sophia has said, they kind of cut to the heart of the matter of the work on the previous bill. It's being pulled back because of the proroguing, the commitments to move forward, the clarifications about let's call them deficiencies in the previous act, and the call for that, and that the position paper does look to deal with that issue. And so therefore, be it resolved that the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly support and endorse the recommendations as outlined in BCAFN's position paper entitled Legislating the Human Right to Safe Drinking Water for First Nations, and call on the federal government to acknowledge, affirm, and uphold their platform commitments by enshrining the human right to safe drinking water for First Nations in federal legislation. And the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly direct the regional chief to advocate for the immediate reintroduction, prioritization, and bipartisan support of the First Nations Clean Water Act, including all necessary amendments to align the act with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, specifically the human right to safe drinking water. I look to the mover and seconder if they wish to comment on that. Chief Thomas.
Yes, thank you. Ait squel, it's up, Oliot, Tanatsnat, Lachalawatsat, Tanit Hihuak likes, and thank you, Harold. Yeah, just wanted to make sure that it's really clear because I think it's very important that we acknowledge that the discussion paper has some recommendations that we're asking the chiefs to support. One that formally enshrines the human right to water as binding legal obligation, that it recognizes First Nations jurisdiction over water governance and the source of water protection. I think this is critical for many of you who are engaging in conversations about water rights in your territories. They kind of have a first past the post system where they say those who first applied for a water license get priority to the available water flow. And they completely deny our use of water throughout our existence on this earth. They claim completely colonial institutional frameworks in which they evaluate whether or not you meet the criteria, meaning, did you dig a well that was certain feet into the ground? Did you use a pump, even if it was manual, to extract the water? So the colonial framework in which to determine whether or not you de facto used water at a particular place and time to put you either at the front of the list or the back of the list when it comes to accessing water is a problem. So the recognition of our jurisdiction over governance and source water protection is critical. Also, as you've mentioned already, Harold, the free, prior, informed consent and shared decision-making mechanisms that exist within the UN Declaration, and guaranteeing long-term sustainable funding for water and wastewater systems. So just wanted to highlight those components of the recommendations for the chiefs and look forward to their support on the resolution. Aichka.
Thank you very much, Chief. And I would note to the delegation, those elements are included in whereas N. Chief Phillips, did you wish to address the resolution? Seeing none, is there need for discussion of the resolution? Is there need for discussion of the resolution? Establishing legally binding mechanisms that enshrine the human right to safe drinking water in federal legislation. Seeing none, may we move to the question? Any opposition, any objections to this resolution? Seeing none here in the room or online, are there any abstentions? Any abstentions to the resolution? Again, seeing none here in the room or online. Draft Resolution 12, establishing legally binding mechanisms that enshrine the human right to safe drinking water in federal legislation, is passed by acclamation. Thank you very much, Chiefs. We return to the Tuesday morning agenda, and the BCAFN female youth representative, Crystal Star Lewis, Squamish Nation, is here for her update.
Squal Tanoyab, Crystal Queen's Na, Crystal Queen Anatme, How Queen Kushamin, Lee Elizabeth Lewis, A. Esteban Garcia, Quanas Touch, A. Elaine Moody, A. Bruce Ogilvie, Quanas Touch, Tinochin Flaw, Walwenti Olcomil, A. Skohomish Stommel, Wethchin Wimo, A. Diti, Ta Nachame, Musqueam, Olcomil, A. Stommel, Tinochin Flaw, Walwenti Olcomil, Tinochin Flaw, on Washington Squall and Ales and Tequatos. My name is Crystal Lewis. I am the elected BCAFN youth representative. I do apologize for keeping you all waiting. Here is my public announcement. I am pregnant, so mornings haven't been very kind to me. So thank you for your kindness and your patience and your understanding, and really grateful to you all. First and foremost, I'd like to give thanks to our chiefs, our leaders, our knowledge keepers, our elders, and BCAFN staff for gathering here at the 2025 BCAFN Annual General Assembly. We acknowledge that we're gathered here today again on the traditional Musqueam territory. Thank you so much for having us, Musqueam. Again, I'm the BCAFN youth representative. I come from the Squamish Nation. I would really like to thank Regional Chief Terry Teegee for his ongoing commitment and support in my role as a BCAFN youth representative. Thank you so much, Terry. I would also like to thank Minister Spencer Chandra Herbert from the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation's continued commitment to funding and supporting the BCAFN youth portfolios in this time of austerity. Before I proceed with my update, I want to really recognize and acknowledge my fellow peer BCAFN youth representative, Kyle Alec, at this time. It saddens me to share this announcement, but Kyle has been a dedicated advocate for the inclusion of First Nations youth and has represented our needs, rights, and interests with integrity at the regional level and within the Assembly of First Nations National Youth Council. Kyle, at this time, has chosen to step down from his role as a BCAFN youth representative to focus on his ongoing commitments and the important work he continues to do outside of the BCAFN. We extend our sincere gratitude for his dedication to the BCAFN and to First Nations youth across the province. Thank you, Kyle Alec. We wish you every success in your future endeavors and wish you the very best and well on your journey going forward. The Regional Chief and BCAFN Board of Directors will be selecting an interim BCAFN youth representative to serve until a formal election can be held according to the section 9.7 and 10.12 of the BCAFN Governance Manual. BCAFN will then hold an election at the next Special Chiefs Assembly in March 2026. While we're sad to see Kyle step down, we are grateful for his contributions and the confidence and his strength of the youth leadership emerging across BC. We look forward to welcoming the next leader to help continue advocating for First Nations youth in BC. In February, we convened a BCAFN virtual youth dialogue session to gather First Nations youth-led input on the need, purpose, and design of the proposed BCAFN Youth Council, an initiative we are hoping to advance through BCAFN Resolution 33-2023. Youth from various regions across the province shared valuable perspectives on the Council's role, membership structure, effective communication, channels for activities and policy issues, priorities, and a priority focus on areas to pursue that were established. To act on the feedback we heard in February, we're seeking to move forward with establishing the BCAFN Youth Council. Our next priorities are to define a clear mandate, develop a strategic plan that reflects youth-led priorities, and set out a practical roadmap for implementation. This includes confirming the council's membership structure, roles and responsibilities, decision-making processes, the ways the youth can meaningfully engage with the council's activities, and seeking sustainable funding. I'm excited to continue working with the BCAFN staff to bring the council to life so we can further advocate for First Nations youth in BC while removing barriers to have their voice heard and youth-identified priorities and the broader decision-making spaces. And I also would like to acknowledge this summer BCAFN had the privilege of hosting 2 First Nations youth interns from the province of BC's Indigenous Youth Internship Program. Great program, by the way. Megan Lloyd joined the economic development team for 3 months, gaining valuable economic policy experience. We wish Megan the best as she steps into this next phase of her internship with the Ministry of Jobs and Economic Growth. Congratulations, Megan. We also had the pleasure of hosting Alexa Keir-Warner as an intern through the program, where she joined the BCAFN Environment and Climate Change team. We're pleased to share that Alexa has completed the Indigenous Youth Internship Program with the province of BC and has joined the Environment and Climate Change team part-time as a policy analyst. Congratulations. We're incredibly grateful to the coordinators of the Indigenous Youth Internship Program for giving us the opportunity to learn from 2 amazing First Nations youths. BCAFN hopes to find more opportunities like this to support First Nations youth in the near future. I have also continued to represent BC First Nations youth needs and interests at the Assembly of First Nations Youth Council. Through my participation, I was able to advance BC youth perspectives on policy issues, contribute to recommendations, and engage with national partners. I brought the priorities of First Nations youth in British Columbia to ensure that we're reflected in the work we do. And as a personal announcement, I was almost elected as the co-chair of the AFN National Youth Council, but unfortunately I did not meet the charter policies, so we had to do a re-election. But now we have elected 2 wonderful co-chairs, Isaiah Bernard and my dear friend Kiara, and I know they'll do really great in this term, and I wish them the very best as our new co-chairs. I want to thank all the chiefs, leaders, and hardworking policy staff again for the opportunity to speak here today. And I'm deeply honored and grateful to the chiefs and leaders who entrusted me to advocate on my peers' behalf. I'm excited to continue this important work with assistance and guidance from the BCAFN staff and our regional chief. Thank you. I hope you enjoy the rest of the Annual General Assembly. Thank you again for your time. Chikupentomiap.
Thank you very much, Crystal, and congratulations. And the best wishes. So with that, let us turn to our next agenda item, addressed by the Deputy Clerk, Christiane Fox, with the Privy Council Office, who will be joining us and is online on Zoom, and Rob Van Wellingham, who is the Vice President for the Major Projects Offices. I'll invite Rob to come join us at microphone 2. So we will turn to Christiane Fox with the Privy Council Office first. And so Christiane, over to you online, and you are projected. You will be projected here on the screen. And you will note that Rob has joined us at the front of the room. Okay. So she may have just stepped away thinking she had 10 minutes. Yeah, I think we should start a new norm. You should arrive early for your agenda item, as rare as that may be. Hello, Christiane. Good to see you again. How are you?
Hello, sorry about that. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you fine, and you are on the large screen here, and Rob Van Wellingham has joined us here at the front of the room, and so over to you.
Okay, excellent. I apologize if I'm on the large screen. You'll see my late night briefing the PM yesterday. Bonjour tout le monde. Hello, everyone. It's really great to be here with all of you. And I do want to thank you for inviting Rob and I to your assembly. I'm here in Ottawa in my office on the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people, and it's a pleasure to work and live in this territory. And so I thought I would give a few sort of opening reflections, but I am very much looking forward to the conversation with all of you. Obviously, the topic of One Canadian Economy, so both the internal trade and the major projects, has been top of mind for us here at the Privy Council office, but really foundational for the relationship between the Government of Canada and First Nations. Obviously, we've had a chance to have some dialogue, but really this is an important time for us to engage as we've kind of created the office at the and announced it at the end of August. We've done some initial work, but there's so much conversation and engagement that is required to make this successful for Canada. It is no secret to all of you that we are at an important crossroads. We've got a global economic, geopolitical context that has shifted. Of course, our relationship with our largest trading partner in the US has created a great deal of uncertainty for our economy. And if you will have seen the media over the last few days with some of the, the failed negotiations at this moment. So it does require a deep rethinking about how do we strengthen our domestic economy, how do we strengthen our resiliency. And so the Prime Minister, as he shared with some of you at the summit, and as he's been talking about across the country, he sees this as a unique opportunity for Canada, for nation building projects, and really how we can unite regions, create good jobs, strengthen our long-term resilience, as I noted, and that has to be done in partnership with First Nations, with Inuit and Métis. And really, nation building goes well beyond just regular infrastructure projects. It really is about how we can think about our sovereignty and our economic capacity. There are some projects that are under consideration by the Major Projects Office, but no projects have been designated. But there are really important opportunities, clean energy infrastructure. We also have expansions of LNG in BC that meet the highest environmental standards. There's conversations around critical mineral developments, but also balanced by conservation areas. Transport and port investments. I think you've heard discussions around Prince Rupert, Port of Vancouver, Churchill. And so that will need conversations with coastal communities, with northern communities. And so there is opportunity, but only if we do it in the right way and have the right partnerships with First Nations leadership and First Nations people. It is an opportunity for job creation, for attracting investment into the country, which positions Canada, and really thinking about how do we move and transition to a clean economy. There will also be opportunities for Indigenous ownership, equity participation, and environmental stewardship. And I'd love to hear your ideas, because this is about generational impacts and generational benefits. And speed is not the only factor. And I think that in some of the engagements that I've had, there's been worry around this kind of rush to build. And I think that we need to do it in the right way with robust environmental protections, as I said, close partnerships with First Nations and with provinces and territories and Canadians from coast to coast to coast. In the summit and since, the Prime Minister has been clear on this commitment of major projects have to be developed with Indigenous peoples, and that's, as I noted earlier, as partners, as equity owners, as decision makers. This is about the future of our economy and our environmental future. And so I think what we really want to engage with you on today and beyond is about what does that genuine partnership look like, and how do we have that lasting economic participation and governance that reflects decision making and involvement of Indigenous leadership. The PM, as you will have seen, sort of reinforced this commitment through the creation of the Indigenous Advisory Council. We obviously have BC representation on our council. They met for the first time virtually, and then they're having an in-person in early November. There's capacity funding opportunities and the expansion of the Indigenous Loan Guarantee Program. And I think what I would say is what we've heard about through the summit and through the engagements that we've had since the tabling of our bill is, these conversations are an opportunity to share. It's about learning from each other. It's about us listening and having a better sense of your priorities, your concerns vis-a-vis some of the projects that have been put forward. But it's really about how do we build our country in a way that has conservation, clean energy transition, and economic benefit. And I think that's really key, while continuing our commitments to UNDA, FPIC. This has to be at the center of our nation building agenda. So with that, I will turn it over to Rob for him to share a little bit about the Major Projects Office. We're thrilled to have Rob as a colleague as we navigate what is very new to government in the creation of this office and the bill's implementation. And so, Rob, je vais te tourner la parole. I'll turn it over to you. Merci tout le monde. Thank you so much, and look forward to the conversation.
Thank you, Christine. Christiane, over to microphone 2.
Thank you, Deputy Clerk. And hello, everybody. Thank you so much for welcoming me here this morning in the traditional, ancestral, unceded Musqueam land territory. I was here at the beginning, and I was here for the welcome, and it just is such a great way to start a meeting, to just ground everybody in doing the good work that needs to be done. It's not always easy work, but it's really important work, and it's good work with people who are willing to work together. So I really appreciated the opening. I just also wanted to say that I recognize, Chief, for your opening remarks, your personal remarks, and please accept my condolences for your loss. When I visit the traditional, ancestral, unceded territory of the Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, Musqueam, I get to stay with my parents. And all 4 of our kids have all their grandparents. So I can't imagine what that's like. So please accept my condolences, Chief. This is a wonderful opportunity because I just started at the Major Projects Office a few weeks ago. I don't even have business cards, so I haven't even been able to spell check them. I'm sure they'll be wrong. But it's an honor to join you here today as I begin my journey with the Major Projects Office. Working with the BC First Nations in the context of major projects will be central to my role coming forward. And BC has a lot of projects and a lot of rich natural resources, and it's geographically situated in Canada's west coast, where it can play a critical role in expanding trade with Canada's Asian trading partners. And I recognize there's a strong desire among First Nations in BC and across the country to be more closely involved and meaningfully engaged in the work of the Major Projects Office. That's why I believe I'm there. So I can't think of a better way to start the work of building positive and constructive relationships than to be here today to hear your views and discuss any questions you may have. But before I jump into that, I'll just say a few words about the Major Projects Office and our new Indigenous Advisory Council. The Major Projects Office is headquartered in Calgary, which many of you would know is the traditional treaty territory of the Blackfoot Confederacy, including the Siksika, the Piikani, the Kainai, also the Tsuut'ina, and the Stoney Nakoda, including Goodstoney, Bearspaw, Chiniki bands. So I come from there today, and I work closely with our CEO, Don Farrell, who was appointed to the job. And Don, as many of you know, has decades of experience in energy and major projects and has a large amount to offer this country and this important effort. I was watching, as many of you were, as the Prime Minister was making appointments over the summer, and I saw Don got the job, and I thought, well, isn't that interesting? And then my phone rang, and it was Dawn, and she asked if I would come over and continue the work that we'd done together. And although I guess I would say the chiefs that know me, I'm relatively new to the space still. I guess I'll always be new to this space. It's been about 5 years that I started in this space with Ian Anderson, who many of you know. And so I thought this is a wonderful opportunity to continue that work and to take what I've learned in British Columbia from so many of you and apply that on a national basis. So just know that in the work we do at the Major Projects Office, the work we've done already together and what I've learned from all of you will continue. And let me say that the work we are doing is extremely important as we face huge national challenges right now. As Deputy Clerk said, there's been a rupture to the trading patterns of the last 60 years, and not just with our southern neighbor, but to all trade arrangements throughout the world. With this challenge comes a generational opportunity to shape a future for Canada that's built on shared prosperity, economic resilience, and sustainability for all of us. And I would say with the turmoil and some parts the chaos in today's world, now more than ever, we need the partnership, the resilience, and the wisdom of our Indigenous peoples. That's where the Major Projects Office comes in. The Prime Minister promised to create the Major Projects Office to help build a stronger future for Canada by prioritizing projects of national importance that are vital to our prosperity and security, while fully respecting environmental protection and Indigenous rights. So how will the office do that? By unsticking policy challenges, structuring financing, reducing risks for projects that can strengthen Canada's autonomy, resilience, and security, and by providing economic benefits to Canada while also advancing the interests of Indigenous peoples and contributing to clean growth. Above all, our office will work hard every day to ensure that major projects of national significance proceed in the right way. And when we say the right way, as we say in these rooms, in a good way. The Major Projects Office will continue to work with Indigenous governments, proponents, and provincial governments to find the right way and a good way forward for projects. Now I'll just say a few things about our new Indigenous Advisory Council. So as a key step in the work of the Major Projects Office, last month Prime Minister Carney announced the members of the Indigenous Advisory Council, 11 representatives from First Nations, Inuit, Métis communities, who all bring deep experience and knowledge of major projects, Indigenous rights, and the regulatory space. They will help us ensure that Indigenous perspectives and priorities are embedded in the work of the Major Projects Office. The Council will provide us with expert advice on policy, operational practices, and process improvements related to the inclusion of Indigenous perspectives, including the integration of UNDRIP principles. I want to provide an important caveat. While the Council has the crucial job of advising the Major Projects Office on how it conducts its work with Indigenous nations and communities, in no way does that affect or take away from the Federal Crown's duty to consult with rights holders or the Federal Government's commitments under modern treaty agreements or the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. Last month, the Council held its first inaugural meeting and began working on providing expert advice, as I described, and will continue to do that. And an important component of this is the fact that the Council was established prior to the office develop as we develop ourselves. So we want that advice up front early to help us develop the office in a way that works for Indigenous rights holders. So the office is created to help bring greater coordination and speed in how major projects are reviewed and advanced in Canada. That does not mean cutting corners. We've talked in this country a lot about duplication of regulation, and if you're a proponent, that can be cumbersome. So we want to help proponents gain efficiencies in regulatory processes. That is not cutting corners, that is not getting a free pass. That always includes consultation with Indigenous peoples. And the legislation specifically discusses that. There are 3 very critical components of moving a project forward that cannot go forward without consultation. And in fact, the Act also talks about written reports on how that's to be conducted. So you'll all have a record and it'll be very transparent. So for us, for me, success isn't going to be measured only in efficiency and speed. It will be measured in the strength of the relationships we build along the way with our Indigenous partners. We want to build a sustainable and prosperous future for this country and for the generations who come after us. And that can't happen without meaningful participation of Indigenous peoples. As I said, Canada needs your collective partnerships, enthusiasm, and wisdom. And I'm very eager to hear your perspectives and join in the discussion and any questions you have today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President and Madam Deputy Clerk. We open the floor. We have about 30 minutes before our lunch break, and so we won't be able to get to everybody, but we do open the floor both here in the room and online for questions for the Deputy Clerk or the Vice President of the Major Projects Office. Chief Dalton Silver, microphone 14.
Thank you, Harold. Thank you both for the presentation. And I want to say that it's a little bit encouraging. Lamhail Tuch is my name, Dalton Silver, Chief of Samath, and I want to acknowledge the Musqueam people for opening the doors for us. I think, you mentioned sustainability, and that's something that a lot of us strive for. I think through the knowledge of our people, through the teachings of our elders, I think government officials and others like yourself, Rob, can learn a little more from our people along the lines of sustainability. And also the requirements, I think, legally. In British Columbia, I would say about 95% or more of our people have no treaties, no agreements whatsoever. I had the pleasure of sitting in negotiations with a former judge of the Anishinaabe peoples of Mississauga, and he pointed straight out to the government officials in the negotiations saying, okay, let me get this. On the Samath territory, they have no agreements whatsoever with the government or the Crown or anyone for that matter. And so he pointed straight out and said to the government negotiators that then, in fact, any other title claim to that area is an assumption. And the government officials were pretty quick in agreeing with what he had said. And I think along those lines, I think, the speeding up of these projects, the huge projects that are talked of, that could really affect the livability of the homelands of our people, we really need to talk about that. There's a lot of work to do. You talked about consultation. I think it goes beyond consultation if you consider the UN Declaration, the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and people talk free, prior, and informed consent. And you talk partnerships. I think that's what we really need to look at is real partnerships, not just getting jobs as monitors or anything like that along the side, but also look, if we're partners, then the revenue shares have to go along with that. And there are many places where our people would not want to see these projects happen, and I think that needs to be adhered to too without the consent of our people and the requirements of the UN Declaration. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Chief Silver. Deputy Clerk and Vice President, what we'll do is we'll take 2, so perhaps keep some notes. And I already have 6 speakers, so just as a heads up on that. We're going to turn to microphone 25 next to Chief Bill there.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Robert Nelson. I'm Chief Counselor for Metlakatla. First of all, I'd like to thank the Musqueam Nation for letting Metlakatla come and do business here. I have a few questions for the Deputy Minister. Metlakatla has been dealing with the Port of Prince Rupert now for many years. We sent a letter 2 years ago, never got no answer, so we went right to Ottawa and met with Deputy Minister Clark. We met again by Zoom, and I am really pleased that you're here today, because when Metlakatla and Lekwalams, we're partners with Trigon, and moving forward, there's the blockage that's there that's not working for either one of our First Nations that are in partnerships with Trigon. I don't want to wait another 2 years for somebody to answer a question that's so easy that we can work together at the Port of Prince Rupert to move Trigon forward. I don't see anything wrong with it. It's just that the Port of Prince Rupert is holding up the rights and title for Metlakatla and Lekwalams. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Clerk.
Okay, thank you. I'll start maybe with the last question. So thank you for that. And I think you would agree that perhaps you sent a letter 2 years ago with no response, but since we had our first meeting, we've had follow-up conversations with you, and I can absolutely confirm that we have been actively looking at the file that you brought to my attention. I think the complexities around the file itself, and we don't need to get into all of the details, are that part of that is a commercial dispute and a commercial decision. And as a result of that, C5s and the role of government is not as, I know you see it as quite simple. We see some complexities and considerations that we have to work through. But please know we are committed to working through them, that we've met with transport, we've met with natural resources, we've had conversation with the Department of Justice, we're meeting with the port. There's changes in governance at the port that I think will be helpful to the nations. And so is it as fast as you would like to see it? Perhaps not, but there is a commitment to seeing this through. And since we've met, I've been actively following up on that commitment. And I think as partners in the work that we do, that's my commitment to you, that I'll always be honest and transparent about where we are. And that's where we are at this moment. And maybe just to address Chief Dalton Silver's comments, I would say that we do have to learn a lot from you on sustainability, around conservation, around the priorities that you set and how we work together. And I do want to make the point you referenced, speeding up projects and speeding up the work. Some of that is actually looking at government's own bureaucracy. Sometimes it's heavy between departments, between central agencies, our financing systems, our processes, our regulatory frameworks, they're heavy. And so that's a responsibility on us in government to lean out our processes, to be more nimble without compromising on the important work that we need to do for the environment, for the work that we do together. So speeding up sometimes means speeding up the bureaucracy. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Rob, did you want to respond to either those negative impacts or the
Sustainability?
timing?
I just want to respond to Chief Dalton's comments. A wise chief once told me, Rob, we just have to get to know one another. And I think that's the way I look at it. When we look at proponents and when when projects come to the office for assessment, I'll be looking for, do you know the Indigenous peoples where you intend to work? Do you really know them? Do you know their concerns? Because if you do, it'll affect the way you undertake your project. If you engage in a meaningful way. Because I don't believe, as Chief TG said today, Indigenous peoples are not impediments to economic development. They are drivers. And it's not too much to ask that instead of just having conversations where they're talked about, you can't talk about groups without including them in the conversation. So, Chief, I hear you loud and clear, and that's one of the, and so sustainability is among the things that we'll be talking about with affected communities, but we'll be seriously focused on impacts and the work that the proponents are doing before they even get to our office. And once they get to our office, we'll continue to look into that as well.
Thank you. We'll go to Chief Lampro and Chief Adam, microphone 18 and 19.
Thank you very much, Wade Huaytip, George Lamprons Quest, Cook Pete for Simp. I'd like to thank Musqueam for allowing us to do business here. And yeah, very interesting discussion here when all of a sudden the government needs us again, even though they just trampled on our rights and ran through Bills 5, 14, and 15 here in the province. We talk about we're supposed to be the most important relationship with the government, whether it's federal or provincial, yet these policies, these legislations were put in place without consultation. And again, here we are after the fact, when we've been saying for years we want to be part of things right from the start, not an afterthought in our own lands and territories. You mentioned we have to get to know one another. We've been at this table for the last 150 years trying to get to know one another, but because of the colonized system that's put in place, we're still being excluded. We get wins in court that define our right, and the government just goes ahead and ignores those and comes to us after the fact, continuously saying, we will do better, we will do better. Well, I've been around the table for 15 plus years. There's people here that have been around the table a lot longer than I have, and that's all we keep hearing is, we'll do better. We'll respect your rights. We want to know you. We want to partner up. Really? I'm here because I have to be here. I'm not here because I want to be here. I'm here because the government, that's the colonial system we have to work with and work to try to get our foot in the door, and yet we're not getting that respect, we're not getting that recognition because we are an afterthought when a lot of these things come up. I don't see what the rush was to ram through Bill 14 and 15 here in the province. Those economic impacts weren't going to start the next day. The federal and provincial government should have had enough time to include us in these processes, yet we are an afterthought. The other concern I have is with this group that's representing across Canada. You have one representative for BC. How does one representative speak for 200 plus nations in this province and hear all the concerns that we have? We have different concerns from one end of the province, and that one individual can't address those. The other issue I have with these fast-tracking of projects, we at CIMC have developed our own environmental assessment process to deal with the mine. My concern at the end of the day, because ours is a referendum and our community votes on it, that if our community votes no, the province says yes, the federal government comes in and says yes, this is a project of national interest. Where do we go from there? When you don't have a nation that is supporting but makes a decision through its own process not to support, that is community driven. I've asked the province in this and there's no answer, because these projects are important to this government. They're going to ram them through one way or another, whether our rights are there or not, because it's economics over rights. And that's how it's always been, and that's how it's always going to be. We're an afterthought in a lot of these things, and that's quite evident when all of these bills were pushed through. You talk about meeting participation and consultation. Where was that 6 months ago, 8 months ago, when all of this was pushed through? So you're saying a lot's being said, but honestly, Nothing personal, but I don't really trust this government in living up to its commitments and honoring our rights, because we had the Premier stand up here when he said we're pushing Bill 14 and 15 through, and I've already broken my own laws with Article 3 of UNDRIP. But it's okay, just trust us, we have your best interest at heart. Nah, enough's enough. It's time this federal and provincial government, especially here in BC, when you want projects to come ahead, start proving your title to us as title holders. For myself, I have to go to the provincial government to ask permission to exercise my rights that were won in court from all of the court cases that our people have fought to stand up our environmental assessment and get a Section 7 from a provincial government that does not hold title. So it's kind of awkward for me to have to go to ask a government for permission to exercise rights when they don't even hold title. It's a huge issue, and that's one of the biggest things that has to be respected here is title, and how we're going to move forward and actually be recognized as title holders, not just like the stakeholders. You continuously put us into that category, because that's what I feel like when you talk about when all of these bills were ran through, we're getting treated like a stakeholder. So, you know, what are you going to do at the end of the day if our community says no to this project and you guys deem it as a national interest project? All I see is court and litigation, then we tie everything up in courts and nobody gets nothing. So there's some huge concerns, especially for myself, because I'm sick and tired of the lip service we get from government. You commit to UNDRIP and DRIPA, and then you break those laws, and then you just say, trust us, we got your best interests in heart. So now if you want to do business, provincial, federally, and CIMP territory, you come to the table and you prove to us what gives you that right and that authority to tell me how you're going to come and manage our lands, because those days are done. You're not title holders, we're the title holders, and you have to start respecting that. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone 19, Chief Adam.
Messiah Harold, Chief Wilf Adam Lake Babine. Dieten Kai Bai Hewstik. Sana Diyen Bi Yagadeli. Sana da Was Detsi. I beat and Jane. Hayayishtik. Sana Nisana Tsadertel. Sana Nisana Dieten Sochon Dedelke. I spoke my language just to let you know that at Lake Babine we're very strong in our language. Not only with our language, but we protect our land. When the Prime Minister asked us in Ottawa about projects, I had a brief discussion. He knew where I was from, because one of the projects that's going to go through our territory of Lake Babine, it's going to cover over 140 miles of territory. And on the western part, it's going to go under our community, under the lake, under the river of our salmon areas where, you know, we do our history of looking after the salmon. I'll give you an example. Where the pipeline's going to go under, there's a man-made island, and one of the universities did a carbon date of the post that they pulled out. It was about 2,200 years old, older than Christ. So I think when you're talking about, you know, how we can work together, of how, you know, we can sustain what we need to be done in our territory. One word you didn't mention, or a couple of words: ownership. Right now, as I speak, our hereditary chiefs are getting together formally again because it was the government that took out our forms of government and put in the band council system. So the hereditary chiefs are taking back what they were doing way before contact. And the most important word I didn't hear from you is approval from First Nations. Approval is very important to us. We need, if we're going to sit down with us, you need our approval for these projects to go through or to be done within our territory. So keep that in mind. Masai Cho.
Thank you very much. In the interest of time, I do want to draw in Chief Fred Robbins at microphone 21, and then I'll try to get the other 4 that I have on my list before our break, but we are at 12:05, and so if you can keep it to 3 minutes, that would be wonderful.
Wait, go ahead up. And Mimel Grants Quest to Skedam Cookby, Cooksham Herald, Cooksta Cook and Anna Musqueam for allowing us to do this business in their territory. A couple of concerns. The appointments of these First Nations reps. Who made these appointments? And why weren't First Nations included in appointing these reps? I just want to kind of echo what Chief Lampro had said, 150 years of treason, genocide, and just plain ignorance of our rights and our title. But when you talk about these proponents usually come to our tables and promise us to close the socioeconomic gaps within our reserve systems. But we can't even build housing on our reserve systems because of the location. You know, to close some of these socioeconomic gaps, the federal government needs to step up and really have a good look at themselves in the mirror. Because a lot of the remote communities, you know, I agree with the water resolution that we put forward because almost all ranches own all the water resources in and around our reserves. And what and how are we going to close these socioeconomic gaps with these big businesses coming through our territory? They aren't doing anything. You know what? They're getting their oil, great. We might get a job maybe for 6 months out of the year, and then, all right, see you later. Oh, by the way, here's $50,000 for the year. That doesn't cut it. There needs to be a lot more meat to the bone. And with the Privy Council, I'm curious what you're doing about racism and discrimination in our education system. It's still happening, and nothing's really being done about it. We keep getting brushed off like our kids don't mean anything. And every child matters. It's more than just a phrase. So I would expect more. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Clerk.
Thank you. Maybe just to Chief LaPro in terms of your frustrations, I can't speak to C14, C15, but definitely on C5. It was intended to be sort of an enabling legislation to allow the conversation to continue as we set up the office, as we think about those first projects. So there will need to be continued discussion and engagement. And the Indigenous Advisory Council, and maybe I'll take Chief Robbins' question as well. It was based on engagements with First Nations across the country, as well as Inuit and Métis, to come up with an early list of that first council. They are intended to write kind of terms of reference. We didn't want to do that at the federal level. We wanted the Indigenous Advisory Council to support that work and support a process moving forward on the next appointees to the council. There's scope there. But regardless of whether there's one BC rep or 2 or 5, it does not replace the direct relationship with the rights holders in BC. And I think that's an important distinction. They are an advisory council to the MPO, but the MPO and the federal government needs to continue to have those direct relationships. And the bill not just articulates the importance of advancing the interest of Indigenous peoples in the preamble, it actually does so in the body of the bill for that to be a core factor in decision making. And so that is a change from what you've seen in other types of legislation. And finally, I would say this is not just private sector or governments imposing projects on Indigenous peoples. We are getting projects from Indigenous proponents that frankly that meet all of the criteria around national interest and what we're trying to achieve. And they talk about land protection. They talk about ownership in the context of Indigenous ownership or equity positions. These are the conversations that we want to continue to have with all of you. And I will look at the water resolution. I joined after that was presented. I will absolutely review it. I agree with you, the socioeconomic gaps, housing, infrastructure. This is why equity in a different relationship matters. And I'm very conscious of the challenges in the education system, the incidence of racism, and we do take these issues seriously. We do have a responsibility. I'm a mother of 2 racialized children. I appreciate the importance of those early years and having everyone on an equal footing and everyone being respected. And I absolutely take that to heart. And I agree 100% around the need for racism-free education system for children. So absolutely, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Vice President, do you wish to comment?
Sure. I also wanted to thank Chief George for his candid remarks. I can always count on you for that, and I always appreciate it and enjoy what you teach me every time we see each other. Let me say this. I understand the history of this country. I understand what we're up against. I understand the skepticism. But I'm choosing to embrace optimism and collaboration. I know with you and others around the table, we've had that relationship. We have to show the world we can get this right. We have to show the world that despite years of bad history, which now we're educating all of our children about so that we don't do it again over and over again as you describe, and I'm not disagreeing with you one little bit, we've got to pull ourselves out of this. And no one wants to go to court, because you're right. If people can't get along, it goes to court. No one wants to go to court. I'm a lawyer. I hate going to court because that's failure. If you're in court, you've already failed. So it's the relationship we have to build, the collaboration, the approval that we need to get from First Nations and communities that proponents need to get before they can undertake their projects. I believe that's possible because I believe that Indigenous communities and peoples want prosperity for future generations, and proponents need to not interfere and adversely affect land when they don't have to. If there are studies that show where there are places to avoid, we should avoid those places. And I've been involved in places where that didn't happen, and it should have and it could have. So those are the sort of early dialogues that we need to have as a country. But I do believe, each and every one of us, if we want prosperity for our communities, we need a prosperous Canada. And right now in this world, we need to get it right. We need to get it right quickly. And I know we can. I believe we can. We've demonstrated it in pockets in this country, and we have to learn from the best of what we've done and learn from the worst of what we've done and move forward. And with that, I'm enthusiastic. And I think the Major Projects Office, I'll speak for the office, more than the legislation, we're getting lots of attention. But I want that attention to be an attention of enthusiasm, not anxiety. I get where the anxiety comes from. We've got to get through that, but we don't get through it by forgetting it. We get through it by recognizing it and making sure we do things differently in the right way going forward.
Thank you very much. Deputy Clerk, we are at the designated time to end here, but I would like to take one more round if you have some time. Great, and I do apologize for those of you who put your hand up I'm not going to be able to get to, but I had between 22 and 23, one of those gentlemen had his hand up earlier. Was that you, sir? I'll go there, then I'll go to number 29, which is Harlan, who's in the back, and then online to Chief Thomas, and then we'll wrap up there. 22?
Ja, Gela Kesla, Lugum Gokuklas Gaelas, the Muskama Zaudinoch, Ikinoka Kanjakakans, Gela Kesla, Musquium Klansklira, AFN Klansklira, or Gela Maya Klakans, Yakakans. My name is Chief Rick Johnson from the Quicksanaquamis. I'm here with my fellow chief from the Muskama Zaudinoch Tribal Council and my council behind me. We have great concerns around free, prior, and informed consent. We have great concerns around Bill C-5, the federal bill, and the provincial bills 14 and 15. You know, a great man sat in these around these tables a number of years ago. Himas Klawiakla. He's one of our chiefs from the Muskama. In order for us to go forward, there has to be a fundamental change in attitude, and you know, First Nations can't be COing and the powers to be managing. You know, true partnerships have to be built, and trusting partnerships, and it's we're a little bit on the. I do also want to echo the optimism that I'm hearing, but how do we do that? You know, a trust has to be built. First Nations have to be true partners. You know, we've got great rivers where we come from. You know, our salmon are starting to return. You know, since we took the fish farms out of the Broughton. Now I'm hearing there's going to be freighters coming through the inside passage. That doesn't give me very much security. You know, it's you know, we heard from our regional chief how much sockeye has returned to his lands, to his waters. So, you know, over 7 million or 700,000, pardon me. You know, which was predicted between 50 and 100,000 to the early Stuart, and that's because of the removal of fish farms. And there is the transition plan that's happening that we're not involved in. If we can use that as an example, you know, the decisions are going to be made without First Nations, and you know, we want to be part of those decisions. You know, when that final decision's made, are we going to be told about it? Is that the process where we're going to be running into? So we've got great concerns around pre, fire, and informed consent. And we're here because, you know, we're here because we're in duress. You know, we got drinking water problems. We got third world living conditions, and this is not just unique to our territory. So, you know, we do want to prosper. We do want the best for our children. You know, we hear that from our elders all the time. You know, if it wasn't for our children, you know, they're the most precious resource we have. So that's what we're all, I believe we're all here for, is our future. And our nation has great concerns around Bill C-5 and how that was introduced, and from the province bills 14 and 15, how that was introduced without really building that relationship with First Nations and not getting our consent. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief Harlan? 29?
No, I'd like to just say thank you to all the words that didn't echo the concerns that the other chiefs have. So my name's Harlan Schilling. I'm the Deputy Chief for Daily Lieutenant Council and also the CEO for the First Nations Centre of Excellence of Economic Development. Now, hearing both the Deputy Clerk and the VP both bring up conservation in your talks, because this is equally important. Again, I'm very honored that this is my 9th year coming to these AGMs, and hearing about the concerns and needs for conservation are just as equally important as the economic needs for our country. So that's something I'd like to see again, equally looked at, what are the major projects that we as First Nations have had for years? Additions to reserve clean drinking water. These are things that are, again, have been major projects for First Nations. And again, I'd like to see that coming out of your office as well.
Chief Shanna? Online?
Haishka, I just want to acknowledge all of the speakers who spoke before me and thank Christine and Rob for being here. And obviously for Laixon, I'm a Hihuac Hereditary Chief of Laixon First Nation, but I'm also a representative to the First Nations Summit Task Group. And just want to remind Canada that you have an obligation to reconcile the rights of our people in British Columbia, and that is participating in the BC treaty process as well. And we have not seen Canada have a real presence or leadership in the BC treaty process. So just want to remind you of that obligation. Had that commitment when the process started been fulfilled, we may have seen more treaties concluded in the province of British Columbia than we see today. Just want to also acknowledge the importance of advancing economic reconciliation and the nation-to-nation relationship for our communities, particularly for Laixon. It's a number one priority, recognizing, of course, the constitutionally protected rights and the principles that are enshrined in the UN Declaration, and curious to see if there's an opportunity to co-develop some governance frameworks that respect our laws and protocols that could guide the work of any advisory. And also ensure that when we're talking about economic participation, and I've heard the words used a few times in the discussion today, and looking at equity opportunities and ownership opportunities, ensuring that there's the loan program so that nations have an opportunity to get revenue to purchase their equity participation, but also the need for long-term capacity. So this isn't just about one and done or something happening really quickly. It's making sure that we have the capacity for the longevity of any kind of participation in major projects. And also with a one project, one review model, where do you see meaningful input from our communities at every stage? And is there an opportunity to create an Indigenous-led review body that would parallel the major projects review? And I share the Indigenous Advisory Monitoring Committee that was used on the TMX project as an example of each of the regions within the province of British Columbia selecting a representative to sit with regulators and federal representatives to have dialogue about major projects. So we've already got an example of how that's happening in British Columbia, where each of the communities are selecting their representatives. One thing you'll note about British Columbia First Nations, they don't take kindly to people being appointed on their behalf. They like to participate in decision-making, and that's one opportunity to do that. I'm also concerned about transparency and accountability. When we look at how major projects are happening and prioritization of these projects, how are we ensuring that communities have the opportunity to either one, influence those projects, or two, challenge them if they disagree? And is there an opportunity to create a public dashboard, somewhere where communities can go in real time to see what's on the hopper in terms of being considered as a major project, what's being discussed, and how do they see themselves participating? In terms of capacity building and readiness, we clearly need technical and planning support in our communities as major projects are complex. And we do have staff, but our staff are completely maxed out on existing referrals and consultations on localized major projects, not just to mention national major projects. And I also see an opportunity for us to enact our Guardian programs to act as monitors for these major projects. And is there an opportunity to include that when we're talking about revenue streams? So again, in terms of the First Nations Advisory Council, how is that going to be operationalized to ensure that it's engaging with us? Like, again, we can't just put somebody there to give their great idea. It's got to be grounded in the truth of our communities and the opportunities that we see and the concerns that we have. So just really want to reaffirm that collaboration is incredibly important, respecting the inherent rights and title, as all of the chiefs who've spoken before me have so clearly articulated. But there's also a need to really ground truth the concepts and make sure that our communities are participatory at every step of the way. I hope I was fast enough, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate the brevity of the last few speakers. Again, I do, as much as I'd like to include more voices, I just feel we're 12:24 here, and so look to the Deputy Clerk and to the Vice President for final responses and final remarks before we move to our lunch. Deputy
Okay.
Clerk?
Thank you. I think first off, I think this framed Chief Rick Johnson, you framed it as, you know, an opportunity for prosperity, an opportunity for children and future. Like, we absolutely share that view. And to the Deputy Chief's comments, this is about not just economic development. The conversation is about conservation, and we need to understand how we balance the important conservation objectives that we all share with the economic opportunity, and how to do that in the right way. And so I share that view. I think we should sit down and work that through, and I think it has to be a factor in every single project evaluation. And I completely agree with you on the prioritization of major infrastructure, clean water infrastructure, that will have to continue to be a national priority, and I don't disagree at all. Chief Shannon Thomas, just a few sort of, you've raised a lot of really important points, just to touch upon a few. I will, you know, talk to my colleagues about the BC treaty process, and come back to you directly on kind of where that's at, and what, you know, my colleague Valerie and her team and Gina are up to, and getting a bit more detail there. So more to come on that. I do think that this is about a conversation around economic security. And when you talk about the involvement of Indigenous communities as proponents, as equity partners, as part of the governance, like, we should sit down and make sure people have the right capacity, the right information, and the right tools to make those decisions for the betterment of their nation. And so I think that is something we should come back to, and really kind of, how do we make people aware of some of these tools? How do we learn about what works and what doesn't work? How do we actually structure the conversation for people to see the path towards their involvement, or at least to help their decisions around that? The transparency point is a very good one. We've got a website that's kind of newly developed, that maps out the projects, that lists what is currently under referral or consideration. As I said, nothing has been designated, but we'll make sure that you get access to that, because that is about transparency. And finally, around sort of this one project, one review, we do want to work with you to make sure that whatever is put in place works for your communities. And so, you know, as I said at the beginning, part of this is looking at our own regulations and nimbleness to be more responsive to the economic context that we're in. And then finally, just in closing, you know, I do hear the frustration, and I have heard it since the tabling of the bill. We have continued direct conversations with nations, more open conversations like in this forum, and we'll continue to do that, to find the opportunities for connection, the opportunity for collaboration, and how we can use this moment, this economic crisis, to pivot our economy for all of us to prosper. And I think that's a really important part of what nation building projects are about. But we absolutely recognize that we won't have success unless we work as partners. And if there are improvements to be made, and I hear some of them today, we are open to making them. And I think that this is a new structure, a new way of doing business for us. And in anything new, there are bumps along the way. And so I think that we hear the ideas that have been shared today. We will take them back. And I hope that this is not just a one conversation. We need to have many, many more to get to a place of trust and get to a place of advancing your priorities. And that is part of what today's conversations are about. You have priorities that you want to advance with the government, with the MPO. We want to hear from you directly. We don't need to hear it from a province. We don't need to hear it from a proponent outside industry, et cetera. We want to hear directly from you. And that's our commitment, is to continue this dialogue. So thank you for your time today. I do hope that the balance of your meeting goes well. And I thank you for the invitation. Rob, over to you for any closing remarks.
Thank you, Deputy Clerk. For too long in the past, as we've heard and discussed today, major projects were proposed and built without Indigenous involvement and participation. Those were the conversations that were had about communities, without communities. And that's what the Major Projects Office is here to try and solve. And so I hear loud and clear, as I said before, the frustrations of the past. We've heard lots of words. You need to see action. I'm going to respectfully ask for your patience as well with our office. We're a small but dedicated team, and we'll be growing. But we're going to grow in a way that addresses and considers Indigenous perspectives and advice. And I can't think of a better way to grow our country. As Deputy Clerk mentioned, it's quicker than some would like, but we didn't create the circumstances around us internationally. We have to control what we can control, and as I said earlier, we have to understand our own history. We have to be aware of our history, and we have to make our future better. And every time I come to these meetings, or these kinds of meetings, I always leave with a tremendous sense of optimism, because the spirituality and the morals and the dedication you bring to all your meetings is exactly what Canada needs now. So I look forward to working with you, and I just know together we'll be better, we'll be stronger, and we'll be having these meetings again, coming with enthusiasm and less anxiety. So thank you so much for the invitation. It's been fabulous to be in a room with so many friends and others I look forward to meeting, and I look forward to seeing you again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. So, and I do apologize. Deputy Clerk Fox has been very accessible in my experience, and many of you do have her contacts, and so I encourage you, those of you who didn't get to speak with her that way. Vice President Van Wallingham will be with us. I invite you to join us for lunch, and those of you in the room, please take advantage of that as well. And with that, I'll look to Gwen if she would do a blessing for the lunch. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tyrone. Nice to see you.
That's okay.
Thank you. We're going to attempt to reconvene at 1:15, so just under 45 minutes. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It looks like everyone's had a chance to at least get, one or two plates in in the time we've had. We're just about 12 after, so I'm looking to get restarted in a few minutes. So again, last call for some food and from some coffee, and we'll get situated with our presenters, and we'll look to get started in just a couple minutes. You will note on your agenda at 2 o'clock, we're going to be joined by Minister Ravi Colon, and we're going to be joined at 2:30 by Minister Spencer Chandra Herbert, both with the BC government. We'll take a break at 3, and then we will hear from the elections officer regarding the representatives election, and then we'll have an all candidates forum from 3:30 to 4:15, and then breaking for the afternoon, recognizing that we'll start tomorrow at 9 a.m. and that elections are open from 10 to 1. Again, a reminder, tomorrow noon is the deadline for late resolutions. So we are at 1:15, and so I will turn your attention to our agenda item on the Future Generations Foundation. Both the Executive Director and a member of the Board of Trustees are online, Naomi Rossette and Linda Price, and I will look to them to take the podium, as it were. Welcome, Linda. And welcome, Naomi, and you will shortly be on the big screen. And there you go. Over to you.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, respected chiefs, leaders, elders, and youth in Assembly. It's good to be here with you today. My name is Linda Price. I'm from Elgacho First Nation. I just want to say Chanalia to the Musqueam for hosting the meeting in your ancestral lands today. It's always beautiful in Musqueam. And I want to say Chanalia to Regional Chief Terry Tiji and the staff for inviting us to do this update. I'm honored, very honored, to serve as your trustee on the Future Generations Foundation Board of Directors. I send greetings from our Future Generation Board of Trustees, which include Arnold Blackstar, who's our chair, Chief George Arcand, who's our trustee from Alberta, Ryan Bear, Manitoba, Jasmine Perry from New Brunswick and PEI, Armand Laplante, Saskatchewan, Haskin Sui from Quebec and Labrador, Caroline Meshosh from Northwest Territories, Mindy Denny from Nova Scotia and Newfoundland, and Odessa Epp from Yukon, Linda Trudeau from Ontario, who was probably up late last night cheering for the Blue Jays, and of course myself from British Columbia. The history of the NIB Trust Fund was that it was established in 1975 as a trust and charity by First Nations leaders. Its aim was to address the challenges facing First Nations communities and propose solutions for economic, social, and scientific areas. It was dormant for some time, and then between 2003 and 2009, the AFN successfully negotiated the Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement, compensation for former students of residential schools. The residual funds from the IRS settlement agreement were entrusted to the NIB trustees, one from each province and territory that make up the board. Um, the trustees are stewards of disbursement, investment, allocation of funds for healing, education, culture, and reconciliation. In September 2023, after consultation and approval from the chiefs in assembly, the organization's name was changed from NIB Trust to the Future Generations Foundation. So now I would like to introduce Naomi Rassett, our Executive Director of the Future Generations Foundation, and Naomi will now present the 2024-2025 Future Generations Foundation Impact Report. Janalia.
Thank you, Linda. And I echo all of Linda's sentiments of thank you, elders and youth and chiefs in assembly today. And we really appreciate all of you gathering on the Musqueam Tsleil-Waututh Squamish territory. And I'm calling in today I'm in unceded Algonquin territory. I'm out here in Ottawa. So I'm between Pikwakanagan, Akwesasne, and Kitigan-Zibi. So I'm kind of in the triangle between those three nations. So I'm really happy to have you here, to be here today. And I'll just talk about what we did in BC this year. We'll start with Coast to Coast. So annually, as Linda had said, we are the stewards of the Indian Residential School Fund, and annually we grant from that fund across the nation, from coast to coast to coast. So historically, so since we were in inception in about 2015, we've granted about 71 million to organizations and 41.9 to individuals. We also have a new program called Continuing Our Journey. And that program is specifically to address the unmarked and missing children and burials at the residential school sites. If we can go, I'm just going to get the slide to catch up. So we're at about slide 7. If we want to get to a slide to whoever's controlling the slide, that would be really helpful. Yes, perfect. Great. Thank you. Thank you so much, staff. You guys are amazing. So then we can go to the next slide. So we'll talk about specifically what happened in BC this year. So in BC, we granted over $3 million. You'll see that we granted 2.18 million to organizations, and that was direct to First Nations community, First Nations organizations, and then also to some urban First Nations organizations as well. And then, of course, we granted $858,200 to individuals. Those are people that are addressing the harms of residential school by taking in education. So that could be university, that could be culture, that could be trades, that could be on the land education. It can be really sort of that full circle education. That's how it's viewed at FGF. So just the next slide, like I just talked about, it's just those 3 sort of categories when you're funding an individual. So, chiefs and community leaders that are here today, tell your community members this fund is open to them. You know, if they need support to reach their education goals, reach out to FGF, and we're really happy to help them through this process. Let's go into the next slide, and this is just the sort of the details of where we went. So we had 136 graduates, 11 for culture, and 4 for that certificate diploma side. The next slide is how we grant. Of course, you know, competition is serious. You know, we always get more applications than funding we have. So we have to put it on a timetable at the moment. So every spring and April we open, June we close in the beginning of summer, and then we release funding decisions in usually end of September. So we just released 25 this year. So I can give you a sneak peek. We released 5.8 million to individuals across the country this year. So we'll start getting all that data very shortly on that. The next slide is our organization funding. And this is how we fund direct to First Nations communities. So we really want to fund First Nations communities first and foremost. It's really a mandate of, you know, our board of trustees is to really support community and the things they need. So if you as a nation really have programs that need support, youth programming, your family kinship, language, we know language is really important, healing, any kind of reconciliation program, education, employment programs, you can try and access the fund. So we'll go to the next slide as well. So this is where we funded in BC this year. So you'll see that we granted 2.8 million. We only fund about 46% of applications. So 1 in 2 get funded because competition and, you know, funding is limited. But you'll see that in BC particularly, we do really fund a lot of culture, language, and then healing. So over like 75% of our funding in BC is directed into those 3. And again, just the next slide. This is the organization timetable. So we're about to open the call-in organizations literally in 2 weeks. So if for the next call. So when you are thinking if you need some funding to maybe support your survivors group, support some of your youth groups, maybe your language champions need some support, you know, have them reach out to us. We're really happy to help them, give them any information they need, because it really is about addressing those harms of residential school and making change in community. The next slide. This is our continuing our joining program. This is our sort of 3rd stream of funding, and you'll see that there's over $1.3 million available for funding in BC at the moment. So this funding is for those communities that are addressing the unmarked burials, the missing children around residential schools. So if you need to gather your elders, start, you know, doing research, maybe doing archaeological, maybe gathering your community to figure out how you're going to do this, all of that can be funded. And we do know the feds have cut some of their funding. So really reach out. And this one doesn't have a deadline. This one we've put open all year round because we know that the pace of community is unique to each community. So really, that is open, but funds, you know, are set at about 1.3 million. And then I guess our last slide is, you know, because of competition and how we fund, we've started raising money. So that's a new aspect for the Future Generations Foundation, is to start reaching out to corporate Canada, start making new partnerships and really start raising money so that we can give more money to every First Nation and every person across the country. And we have raised over $14 million to date. So we're pretty excited about that. And we really see that sort of filling some of our gaps. The one piece that I don't think we talked about, and Linda, I'll turn it back to you, and that will be slide 5 about our investment portfolio. Linda does sit on our finance audit committee. And she's an expert at knowing what's going on in the finances over at FGF. So I would you like to talk about the investment update, Linda? Oh, I've put her on the spot, maybe. Can you go back to slide 5 to the technology team? It's like the one with, yes, this one. Oh, you're on mute, Linda.
Sorry about that. Yes, as you can see here on the slide, there's some three areas there that were invested, and one was the Indian Residential School transfer to Future Generations Foundation, which was 231.4 million, and the next was awarded to recipients, and that was from 2015 to 2024, and you'll see there was 115.7 million. And then, of course, we have the total fund asset. As of May 16, 2025, we have 272.2 million. So basically, those are the funds that were available to us, and we've raised and distributed and the figures that we have to date. So every year in December, we report out to the Assembly of First Nation and that we provide them with our audit. And so we have more detail for the chiefs in assembly there that from all across Canada that are present. And usually Naomi is there with our chairman, and I'm sometimes there, or some of our other trustees are also available basically to provide information to the communities about where we're at in terms of our fiscal arrangements, etc. So it's really nice. We have a great investment team, and we also have a great advisor. His name's Joe Connolly, and we really appreciate the professional advice that he provides to our board. And I think, as you know, over the past few years, I've only been on the board. This is my second term. I served for 3 years, and then this is my second term. And just to let you know, the board of directors, or the trustees, I should say, are allowed to serve for 2 terms, and mine is, I'm just going into my second term now. So, Naomi?
Thank you, Linda. So just as Linda said, we invest the monies from the Indian Residential School, and the Finance Audit Committee and the Board of Trustees really have strong oversight over those investments. And then, we do have the objective is to get money out the door. So annually, just as sort of a high picture of what we grant annually, we grant about 15 while we're moving it to 18. So 15 to 18 million annually out to beneficiaries to try and to fill some of those needs. But that's all from me. I don't know if you have a time for questions or not. I know sometimes these agendas get, to the minute. So they've just put up anything for if you want reports, financial statements, everything. Our historical information is always available online. We really are transparent and really take pride in that. In our annual report, and all our financial statements are available publicly at all times.
On the time pressures, we do have a bit, but I do want to make sure I look to the floor here and online to see if there are any questions or comments before I move on and to the next item. We do appreciate it. I'm glad I was looking at it and I forgot about the name change. So being reminded that it's the NIB Trust and it all, those briefings came flooding back. So I appreciate the work you're doing. So thank you very much, and please enjoy the rest of your day. I know you're committed to staying here till 4 o'clock like the rest of us. So.
Thanks, Sarah. Bye.
All right, so then we're going to move to specific claims. We have about 25 minutes or so, and then before the ministers begin arriving for our final presentation session, and then we'll take a break and get set up for the representatives candidates forum and the election briefing for tomorrow. So turning to the specific claims funding, Chief Dalton Silver from Sumas, of course, and then Jody Woods, the Executive Director for UBCIC. I'll invite you forward. You're welcome to use the podium here, or microphones 1 and 2 are also available for presentation.
Thanks, Harold. I want to thank the BCAFN for including this on the agenda. Dalton Silver, Lamhailtoch is my name, Chief at Samath. I also chair the BC Specific Claims Working Group, and the things that we're talking about, I mean, there are a great many things that are wrong with the specific claims process, as many of you probably know. But lately, it's been a critical time for us where the funding is totally inadequate. Actually, the funding has been cut to the point that some of the research units have been inoperable and have had to lay people off across the country. And I think it goes against the grain of actually the speech from the throne, where the king delivered that himself and talked about the outstanding grievances and the outstanding issues and claims and things that they want to address as government of Canada. And that came from the Crown, and I think the honor of the Crown is always in question amongst our people, and I think even more so in this area. I want to say too that we had the report from major projects, things in the Bill C-15, and it seems like a real reluctance from the government of Canada to move forward with settling these outstanding claims that are oftentimes many decades old, and no movement whatsoever. And the settlement of these claims, I would say, would go a long way in setting up our people as far as economic opportunities. And the economic opportunities are unavailable when we don't have the investments. And often with our people, the investments is the land. And what we're talking about is loss of land. And to recover some of these lands would be ideal through this process and set us up in a place where we can become a part of the economy in our respective territories. And we got to consider, when we're part of the economy in our respective territories, that money is going nowhere except into the economy of the Canadian landscape here. But I think we need to move these things forward, and we're asking for support, and we've asked for support to the BCAFN, to the AFN, and there's been a letter writing campaign I saw from chiefs right across the country, right to Labrador, Listagouche, and all the way out here to the West Coast. And I think a lot of people are pretty upset with the way things are. The Harper government years ago cut the funding for specific claims. We've yet to recover to a place where we need to be. Many times the insufficient research done on a claim will result in the rejection of a claim for negotiation with the government. And that's something that we need to avoid, to find justice for our people. And we're talking, the loss of reserve land, that in many cases we question whether or not the legality of those allotments of reserves, because without any agreement whatsoever, our people pushed on the reserves. They did it in a timely manner when a lot of our people and our reserves our populations were decimated by disease, and then they put us on the reserves after that, so we can offer little resistance. So with that, I think I just wanted to introduce this, and thank you again to the BCAFN and to the Musqueam people for opening their doors. Haichika.
Thank you, Chief Silver. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge that we are here and doing this work on beautiful Musqueam territory, and thank the cooks for an amazing lunch. I think you've spoiled ribs for me forever because I need these ribs again. And also to the BCAFN for having us here today to talk about this critical and urgent issue. Chief Silver is a tough act to follow. I'm really grateful for him for framing this presentation, which is going to be a little bit technical, in such a good way. I'll start by saying that the entry point to Canada's specific claims process is research. And the entry point to the specific claims process is the thing that could lead to resolution. First Nations can't gain access to any part of the process, including the Specific Claims Tribunal, without having conducted research to support their legal arguments or historical reports that are submitted to Canada. Today I'm going to talk about the ongoing research funding crisis, which has long undermined First Nations rights to research their claims, and has been dramatically exacerbated in the past few years and has become acute this year. Funding is grossly inadequate to meet the demonstrated need of First Nations, and there is no framework or plan for how to address research funding requirements going forward. Next slide, please. Funding shortfalls. This table shows clearly that there's an ongoing and escalating crisis in specific claims research funding overall that's driven by a widening gap between the actual funding needs of First Nations and the amount of funding the federal government allocates to research this year. I'm not sure if you can read that, but this year the shortfall was an alarming $22.5 million. The bottom line is that funding is wholly inadequate to meet this demonstrated need. The funding crisis became acute this year due to the way that Canada's Specific Claims Funding Unit, which is called CSI, unilaterally redistributed research funding with no warning, no clear methodology, and no regard for regional balance or need. These decisions destabilized long-standing research programs and left many First Nations and claims research units unable to continue work on hundreds of specific claims. The impact in BC is disproportionate because BC, as you probably know, it has about 50% of the claims in the system. I just want to highlight here that the current funding envelope, national envelope for research funding is $12 million, and it's already woefully inadequate. As I said, the funding shortfall this year is $22.5 million. So First Nations and CRUs were requesting over $34 million in funding to research their claims. Well, this already inadequate envelope of money is set to sunset on March 31st and revert to $4 million, unless a new approach is developed and Canada makes a renewed and increased commitment to support this critical work. Next slide, please. I'm just going to do a little description of how funding works to help explain the nature of the acute shortfall this year. First Nations can apply for a limited amount of direct funding to research their specific claims, or they can choose to direct a claims research unit to carry out the work for them. This is done through a Band Council resolution. For most claims, currently almost 80% nationwide, First Nations choose to have the work carried out by a claims research unit due to their expertise, capacity, and the trust that's been built over decades. Their efficiencies and economies of scale, access to historical records, to the support they provide with community engagement, legal preparation, negotiations, and advocacy. And also because there's often a lack of time or resources in community to focus on the long process of claims research, while more critical, time-sensitive issues need to be addressed. The important point here is that First Nations have the right to choose what is for them the most effective way to research their claims. Next slide, please. The overall systemic and chronic funding shortfall has been caused and compounded by recent developments, including Canada's decision to publish and push new claim research funding guidelines, which it developed unilaterally, on its website in 2021, and encourage First Nations to apply for funding directly, critically, without increasing the funding. This included several instances where First Nations were advised to withdraw their ongoing claims research from CRU work plans and seek direct funding. We learned about several instances in 23 where First Nations did this, believing that they would be funded, but they were denied funding. The National Claims Research Directors, it's sort of an informal body of claims research directors across Canada, warned Canada that the more applications that CSI encouraged, the more funding would be needed, and called on Canada to increase the funding to specific claims research and ensure that access to that funding was equitable and adequate, appropriate. Predictably, the number of applications did skyrocket. For instance, in 2024, there were 130 applications for claims research funding. In 2025, there were 191. The amount of funding available did not increase, leaving hundreds of claims without access to the program, despite warnings. Next slide, please. This year, To make matters worse, CSI made a significant change in the way that it distributed research funding for 25-26, resulting in widespread and drastic underfunding. CRUs and First Nations received no warning about the changes and were notified a full 3 months into the new fiscal year when monies had already been spent. Only after the fact did we learn that CSI's methodology was to allocate funding first to the applications submitted directly by individual First Nations, with the remainder distributed to CRUs, apparently in an effort to ensure that the funding can be distributed equally between CRUs and First Nations, despite the way claims were distributed across work plans and the mandates that were provided to CRUs by First Nations. This method is a complete departure from how funding was distributed for the previous 20 or 25 years and ignores the fact that First Nations choose and mandate CRUs to carry out research on 80% of their claims. CRUs have suffered cuts of up to 83% of required funding with no warning, explanation, or support. Because CRUs exist solely to fulfill the First Nations mandate and carry out work on the vast majority of claims, drastic cuts to CRU budgets directly harm those First Nations who entrust them to do the work. Individual First Nations who applied directly for funding also received woefully insufficient amounts. When finite funds are spread so thinly that First Nations and CRUs that support them can't operate effectively, the result is more than inefficiency, it's paralysis. Next slide, please. Our efforts to respond to this crisis were hobbled by CSI's failure or refusal to share public data until October 17th. And even then, what they shared was incomplete. For over 20 years, CSI has provided data on the allocation of research funding as a matter of course, and it's crucial to our advocacy efforts to understand and have this data to help us understand. This year in particular, the data is needed to understand the scope of the impacts, the regional distribution of the funding, and understand the systemic underfunding. Yet this year marks the first time in memory that it has not been shared. Since March of 2025, we've repeatedly requested the annual allocation data from CSI, raising the matter in writing and in meetings more than a dozen times. The data wasn't shared. On September 9th, I did an access to information request for the data and received no response. On October 11th, I filed a complaint with the Office of the Information Commissioner because CSI failed to disclose the data within the statutory timeline. Canada's failure to disclose these basic facts about the operation of the program have curtailed our capacity to respond and completely undermine the fundamental rights of First Nations to be involved in decision-making related to specific claims. Next slide, please. So in the absence of this data, I conducted a survey among national claims research directors who are in charge of claims research units across Canada. And there are 5 key findings that highlight the arbitrariness of the cuts. The cuts are disproportionate. CRUs handling the largest volumes of claims, particularly in BC, received cuts as high as 76%. There were severe and wildly inconsistent per claim funding. So some CRUs are expected to operate on as little as $5,000 to $8,000 per claim, and this again impacts BC disproportionately. And it's far below what's needed to pay for salaries, legal research, travel, and document collection. And I should say, when CRUs receive funding, it's so that they can conduct the work for free for First Nations. So all of the legal analysis and everything and connected with researching and preparing and filing a claim is done for free through that funding. Several other CRUs in Ontario were receiving as much as $25,000 per claim, so there was no real rationale or explanation or anything for why these decisions were made. The cuts don't correlate transparently with workload, complexity, past performance, or geographic need. I've already talked about the high likelihood of program paralysis, which is our 5th finding here, and now I'll talk about the effects of the 25-26 allocations on First Nations who applied directly for funding. There were a number of First Nations who provided information about this, again, because Canada wouldn't share any information. And data we're receiving also shows that individual First Nations who receive direct funding are consistently capped far below their actual costs. There are significant funding shortfalls. While more individual First Nations were receiving funding, the amounts were way less than the federal per claim guideline, only $30,000 per claim, a figure 25% below Canada's unilateral maximum, which is already insufficient to cover the costs that I listed before. We also learned that First Nations consistently requested more funding than the allowable maximum, and these requests aligned with their actual need to carry out the work. The work is not cheap. Yet the funding First Nations received was often 50 to 75% less than what they requested. First Nations who received direct funding describe it as not enough to do the work. This pattern of arbitrary cuts and inadequate allocations reflects structural underfunding and reinforces the systemic barriers faced by First Nations in advancing claims. And it's compounded by the impacts of cuts to CRU budgets, with the result of effectively paralyzing the process, regardless of the mechanism First Nations choose to pursue redress. And this will get astronomically worse when funding sunsets to $4 million on April 1st. The cuts are a direct denial of First Nations access to justice, compounding intergenerational harm. It's not good for Canada either. Canada's liabilities and risks are ballooning. Specific claims liabilities exceed $26 billion and growing. Canada's infrastructure projects, as Chief Silver discussed, are planned to happen on largely Indigenous lands, many of which are the subject of unresolved historical grievances. Underfunding doesn't contain liability, it escalates it. And this approach exposes Canada to litigation, compensation costs, and reputational damage, as well as political instability. I'm almost done, I think. Next slide, please. So the BC Specific Claims Working Group, as Chief Silver said, he's the chair of the working group, and the National Claims Research Directors have been spearheading national advocacy, often working together on joint initiatives and also carrying out regular discussions with the AFN, whose efforts mirror support and have been advancing our own. We've led development of and distribution of CRU surveys to fill the data gaps created when Canada failed to share information. The BC Working Group wrote a letter to AFN National Chief. We've met several times with Assistant Deputy Minister, oh my God, I just forgot her name. With an assistant, no, the one below her, and Director of CSI and Director General of Specific Claims Branch. We've produced a legal opinion on potential legal options. We've created and I guess managed a letter writing campaign that Chief Silver also referenced. And the letter writing campaign urged both an immediate top up to this year's research funding and then an overall budget increase that's sustainable and assures stable and sufficient funding moving forward. We made pre-budget submissions on behalf of the BC Working Group and the National Claims Research Directors, and then we shared templates so others could do the same. We've drafted resolutions for the AFN Assembly, which I think was passed by the Executive Committee. There's one here today. We've done presentations to the Leadership Council, the National Claims Research Workshop, the AFN, the BC Working Group. We passed a resolution at the UBCIC Chiefs in Assembly. Next slide, please. And we have had some success. So one more slide, please. Next slide, please. No, forward. I think we're missing one. Okay, that's the one. Thank you. I think it's really important to highlight the power of community support and coordinated advocacy. The letter writing campaign prompted about 70 letters sent by First Nations and their representative organizations to the Prime Minister and Minister, and this represented hundreds of First Nations in claims. The letters did deliver a clear and unified message that the crisis was unacceptable and inaction wasn't an option, and made it impossible for Canada to ignore it, at least this moment. AFN National Chief, who was copied on all the letters, sent a letter herself to the Prime Minister on September 18th, urging Canada to address the crisis, including in the upcoming federal budget. September 23rd, CERNA announced a $2.65 million supplement to this year's funding, and it will be made immediately available to eligible CRUs and this was as a direct result of First Nations letters. While any additional funding for claims research is welcome, we don't have the data to understand which CRUs received additional funding and what criteria were used to determine this. We do know that some did not receive funding, and we know that no additional funding was provided directly to First Nations. We also know critically that the top-up reduces the shortfall from 22.5 million to 19 million. Not much, really, still leaving hundreds of claims without access to justice. In October, we learned that First Nations were beginning to receive response letters from Minister Alty. And in these, she stated that CERNA was reviewing the funding framework for specific claims research and development and would be engaging with First Nations and their representative organizations. We haven't heard a thing about this. And I'll just point out in her letter, there's a little quote up there from the letter where she recognizes that specific claims are essential work and central to strengthening relationships with First Nations and advancing reconciliation. Last slide, please. The crisis is far from resolved. The 2.65 was a temporary one-time fix, and it only reached some CRUs. It did nothing to increase direct funding to First Nations and fell far short of what was needed. Canada's own funding decisions created the shortfall, a gap that remains largely unaddressed. And without urgent federal action, the long-term sustainability of specific claims research is still in serious jeopardy. The next federal budget is on November 4th. Minister Alty must be held to her commitment to work with First Nations and their representative organizations. In general, our next steps will be to respond collectively and strategically to the November 4th budget and engage with Minister Alty about ongoing reforms. Because without urgent action, the current $12 million already inadequate budget is set to revert to $4 million, putting the entire program at risk and barring access to justice for hundreds of claims across Canada. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chief Silver. Thank you very much, Jody. Appreciate that. So we're going to turn our attention directly to the resolution. So draft resolution 4, response to Canada's 2025-2026 distribution of specific claims research funding and erosion of First Nations rights to justice. Moved by Chief Dan Manuel, Upper Nicola, and Chief Dalton Silver Sumas. They provided much of the context of the whereases. I will note whereas C, which says since 2019, Canada has budgeted $12 million for specific claims research and development across Canada, and 2025-2026, this fiscal year, is the last year of this budget commitment when the amount of available funding will sunset to $4 million unless Canada commits to renewing and increasing available funding. They've described the devastating impacts of the 75% reduction in funding, as well as the unilateral cut, as well as the devastating effects of the unilateral allocation model used for the $12 million that is there, and small adjustments made in September not being significant enough. So therefore, be it resolved that the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly affirm that the First Nations have the right, in accordance with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, Articles 18, 19, 26, 27, and 29, to choose how their historical grievances are researched and advanced, whether through mandated claims research units or as an individual applicant, and that Canada must ensure equitable and appropriate funding for both pathways consistent with First Nations mandates, needs, and rights to redress. 2, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly denounced the 25-26 distribution of specific claims research funding as it was undertaken without consultation, transparency, and respect for First Nations self-determined representation and research mechanisms. 3, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly directed the Regional Chief to engage with the Prime Minister and the Minister of Crown and Indigenous Relations to urgently address the funding crisis and ensure sustainable and equitable access to claims research support for all First Nations. 4, call on Canada to co-develop with First Nations a reformed specific claims research funding model that is transparent, equitable, needs-based, and grounded in the UN Declaration, treaty rights, and First Nations rights to choose their own representatives and research mechanisms. B, provide an increase to $35 million to the research funding envelope for 26-27 fiscal year to ensure stable and sufficient funding for First Nations research that reflects the needs identified in the work plans of the CRUs and individual First Nations applicants. C, to maintain this level of funding until a reformed specific claims research funding model has been fully co-developed and endorsed by First Nations, ensuring all First Nations are able to fully participate in the specific claims process and exercise their right to redress. And 5, affirm that the 25-26 funding crisis demonstrates the urgent need for Canada to return to the co-development table to honor its past commitments by re-engaging in good faith with First Nations to co-develop a fully independent specific claims policy and process, beginning with adequate, stable, and transparent research funding that enables First Nations to investigate, prepare, and advance their claims through mechanisms of their own choosing. I look to the mover and seconder, see if there's comment on that. Microphone 10.
Lim Harold. Why peace knock seal? Why yell michwum? He squeezed Danny Manuel, Kin yell michwum, tol Spachman, Ulthin Kaelmach, Chief Dan Manuel, Upper Nicola Band. Why can limp ku skeechum a lot? Yel Timhulach, Yel Anwian, Timhulach, Musquium, Heichka CM, Siaya. Really want to acknowledge the welcome that we received here this morning and just speak briefly to the resolution in support. It's specific claims and, the work that's been going on amongst our particular nations for sometimes generations has really not resulted in a resolution that is acceptable, and just based upon the previous discussion and the limited opportunities for dialogue with the representatives from the Crown in relation to the Major Projects Office, there is a direct correlation, and I want to support the words of Chief Silver in reminding the government that there are numerous outstanding issues that the Crown continues to ignore, I guess, or diminish or disrespect, and it is, I find it to be disingenuous that we have to sit here and have a discussion and dialogue about cuts to funding, arbitrary cuts to funding of important specific claims research while the government continues to advance a development agenda for natural resources and other things across the country, and identification of projects of the national interest, when, as has been expressed here eloquently by my colleagues around the table, the government has also stated that the most important relationship that it has is with us. However, we can see by this example that we're taking a back seat to others in the queue, and other priorities being more advanced more quickly. When it comes to the Major Projects Office, we're hearing and experiencing the push of government to address the critical nature of resolution of their economic certainty with the stroke of a pen. However, we continue to be delayed and underfunded. So I just wanted to urge all chiefs here to have a good look at the resolution, and also to support the work that we're doing collectively through the specific claims committee, is it, Chief Silver? Working group, chaired by Chief Silver. It's important work, and important for us to understand that there is a direct correlation. I also wanted to raise as a matter of principle that we have also are experiencing the duplicity, I guess, of the Crown in its conduct within our nations when it comes to resolving these sort of issues. On one hand, here we're hearing that The Canada through the specific claims process is denying justice and delaying justice. And on the other hand, we have the same and similar experiences with the province of British Columbia conducting similar type activities and similar types of delays and distraction through the BC treaty process, which was raised in the comments to the Major Projects Office representatives. And they are correlated and they all result in the same thing, a denial of justice for wrongs, historical wrongs, including up to and including the dispossession of our territories. So when we consider these things, we need to be aware of the larger ramifications across the broad spectrum of interests that Canada brings and the provinces bring to this dialogue. And we need to hold them all to account on a continual and ongoing basis. And just as a last note, I was hopeful to bring some amendments to the resolution, but given the importance of the dialogue that we're having in this specific instance, I'm hoping to bring emergency resolution to the floor for consideration further on in the agenda if we were able to. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Excellent. Chief Silver.
Thank you for your words, Chief Manuel. And I think the resolution says a lot. I want to acknowledge one of our working group members I see sitting across from me here, Cookby Fred Robbins, and Heichkas, for the work that you're doing with us. And also I need to acknowledge Judy Wilson and Mark Point as recent additions to our working group at the UBCIC Assembly, both longstanding servants of their people as chiefs in the chief's position for many years, and also have worked in specific claims for a long time. And Judy also served as co-chair alongside me for quite a few years. So I just wanted to let people know that those have been additions to our working group. And I think, it says a lot in the resolution and the comments, and I think a lot of us are involved in specific claims in one way or another in our respective communities, and we need to make some noise. That's like what they say at the Canucks games. Let's make some noise with the respective government officials. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As a reminder, this is a mirrored resolution, meaning it's been through the other two political organizations, and I am informed that there is a late resolution coming forward to deal with some supplemental issues. Is there a need for discussion? Microphone 21.
Wait, can we Mildrans quest? Skerum Cookby. Thank you for the presentation, Jody, Dalton. I just want to remind the chiefs here, next week we're meeting again at Canada Place, and Mir is going to be in the room. And I was just curious, Jody, if you have a letter, or I know you sent out a template earlier, but if you can resend it to the chiefs here, and let's put a plug in for specific claims. Just hand them a letter. Let them know that we need to renegotiate. A lot of these specific claims, they could reach that threshold. Unfortunately, they're just lacking in research. And a lot of the First Nations communities like mine that are remote don't receive adequate funding to do the research or to hire someone to fly to Ottawa and poke around in the archives. These things cost money, and the amount of funding that they're cutting back is going to really limit the amount of specific claims moving forward. So I just again want to thank you, Jody and Dalton, for the work that you're doing. Kuksham.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Given our time pressures, with your permission, we will call the question on this resolution. Are there any objections or opposition to draft resolution 4 on specific claims funding? 24?
No, I just wanted to make a comment, but it's okay. It's just referring to the that we did the UBCIC, the panel that came before us before, and we noted all our displeasures of this cutbacks, and it have to have some sort of justification as to why they want to make these cuts. They keep crying poverty every time we talk to DFO or anybody. We don't have any money for this. We don't have any money for that. We used to have 11 fisheries guardians in our territory. We're down to 2 now. They keep saying that we don't have any money for you. And on a cut back further on the specific claims, it's even another cut, right? And it costs money to do this research, and we know that. So we told them at this panel last month that this is wrong. We need to make sure, and I agree with the previous chief that we need to bring this up next month as well. Thank you.
Just for the record, name and community.
Sorry, Victor Isaac, Chief, Nupkis First Nation.
Thank you, Chief Isaac. Without further ado, I guess, any objections or opposition to the resolution as presented? Any objections or opposition? Seeing none. Any abstentions? Anyone wishing to abstaining? Seeing none here or online, then with your permission, this resolution is adopted by acclamation. Thank you very much for that. In terms of our agenda, you will see on the screen soon that our guest has joined us, and he's very familiar to many of us here, of course. He represents Delta North. He was first elected in 2017. He's previously served as parliamentary secretary in such areas as housing and sports and recreation. I would note that he's a 2-time Olympian, having served on Canada's field hockey team twice. And so please help me welcome Minister for Jobs and Economic Growth, Ravi Kahlon. Ravi, over to you, and you are on the main screen here.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much, and thank you for the warm welcome. I want to start by acknowledging that I'm speaking to you today from the traditional territory of the Songhees and Squamish Nations. I want to acknowledge the BC Assembly of First Nations for the work you've been doing, and perhaps want to also send a message to Chief TG, just sending condolences and warm wishes to you and your family. And it's actually a reminder for all of us, I think, that although we all have different responsibilities and in different roles and different leadership roles, but in the end of the day, we're human beings, and family is very important. So I want to send that message if Chief TG is in the room today. I'm pleased to be here with you virtually. I prefer to be there in person, but given the numbers here in this building, it was a bit of a challenge. It is a real pleasure to be able to come back to this ministry where I had spent a few years working in economic development when it was coming to supporting people and businesses through the pandemic. And so it's an interesting time to come back. And perhaps I'll keep my comments a little shorter because I suspect there may be a desire to have a bit of an exchange. So I can share with everyone that I think in the end, we all want the same thing. We want a strong economic future. We want to make sure there's real good opportunities, employment opportunities for people within our communities. We want to make sure that the future generations see hope and opportunity. And that's what our focus has been on since I've come back to this role in particular. The Trump effect can't leave any room. I think I'm sure it's come up in conversations. It's certainly top of mind for me here in the role that I've got. And quite frankly, the world order is shifting around us. If we were in it alone, I'd be really worried, but majority of the world is in the same situation. And I said this last week, and I still mean it, which is that the first Trump term, he said he was going to build a wall against Mexico. And in the second Trump term, he's building a wall entirely around the U.S. But it's an economic wall. And that's a challenge for us because we have spent so many years trying to build that relationship and strengthen that relationship. And we often used to say we're nestled in between China and the U.S., and it's a great place to be in between these two giants. And quite frankly, that has become a bit of a vulnerability for us. So we have a lot of work to do within our ministry. I can share with you that Part of the work we're doing is developing a framework, an economic development framework for us as the province. Be meeting with our team will be meeting with the FNLC committee this week, I believe, to walk through it. I want to acknowledge Harlan Schilling and the Center of Excellence for engaging in a lot of the conversations that we've been already having to this point. And our focus is really about how do we ensure that we can navigate this challenging economic time we're in and come out of this much stronger than when we went in. That means we have to build a lot more things home, and we have to get more value for the goods we have. And we're also looking at this as an opportunity to leverage what we know from the federal government is an increase to NATO spending. They have made a commitment to increase NATO spending for national defense to 3% and then over time to 5%. We estimate that to be in the billions of dollars. More than half of those dollars will be focused on traditional national defense, buying planes, ships, etc. And then there's approximately half that will be focused towards dual use, life sciences, etc. So our focus will be to try to position BC in a good place. And I think the real opportunity for all of us is that not only are we well positioned, but also there is a commitment to have a significant amount of those dollars to be for Indigenous-led businesses and organizations. So I think that collaboration and the work we have to do going forward is going to be vitally important. We'll be looking at things like shipbuilding and how we can expand opportunities to not only build ships, but also to expand trades and skills opportunity for people to work in that space. Opportunities around aerospace. Of course, natural energy and critical minerals continues to be important work that we're doing with nations throughout the province. But also a whole host of new opportunities. And it's going to be underpinned by the need to make sure that we have the skills, our people have the skills to take those opportunities. And so I'm excited to endeavor down this work. I'm excited to be able to sit down with many leaders to discuss how we can ensure that everyone succeeds in our economy, ensuring that we have good paying jobs, and working with all my colleagues. We have had some highlights within our ministry that I wanted to highlight, which is we had the BC Manufacturing Jobs Fund, which has been really successful. $14 million has been committed to First Nations-led projects in the manufacturing sector. We've also seen a whole host of investments through different streams, the Rural Economic Development Fund, which has seen significant Indigenous and First Nations participation. And I think it's going to be critically important that as we look at new funds and new opportunities, like the First Nations Equity program that's being worked on, that we find ways to make sure that it works for nations and that we're able to see benefits across the province. So I'll keep my comments, Chair, to that, just to say that I'm pleased to be back in this role. I'm really looking forward to rolling up my sleeves and meeting with as many leadership members in the room, but also meeting with nations about what economic development means to their communities and how we can support that. So thank you for the introduction. Thank you for welcoming me, and happy to have a bit of a conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Kalan. I look to the floor and online to see if any of the chiefs and proxies have any questions or comments for Minister Kalan in jobs, economic growth. I see Chief Don Harris online. Chief Harris, over to you. There you are.
Yeah, so it refers to the funds available for the communities to start the economic growth, and I've raised this number of times over the years. Is that especially with the Clean Energy Fund, at one time there was a sizable pot there for communities to access that pot. That's how my community got started, by accessing that pot. And there was a change to it that reduced the amount that went into that pot and increased the revenue share directly to the communities and the province's share on the for the revenue share side of it. I did recommend that it possibly go back to what the old formula was, where it used to be 1/3 for the government, 1/3 for the First Nations that had the revenue shares, and 1/3 for the Clean Energy Fund. I believe that the Clean Energy Fund is reduced down to maybe 1/8 or something like that. But that pot, it really helps the communities, especially the remote communities that don't have access to any other funds, and that help get established. And for economic growth, nowadays, majority of the communities that have the opportunities available are the smaller remote communities that don't necessarily have the means to start moving forward in a lot of this. And I know there's a lot of issues, especially with the revenue share itself, where there creates so much overlap that a lot of the other communities that have the ability to move forward and basically take away economic development from the small remote community that's directly impacted. My community itself is impacted by about a dozen communities from our neighboring nation, and not from within our nation, but from our neighboring nation. And so I think that something needs to be done in addressing that. We've gone through numerous forums. There's overlap forums that have started in, I believe it was 2019. Transitioned into the negotiators forum. We're still not getting anywhere. Just to let you know, one of the things that my community has done is because there is so much overlap happening from all these revenue shares, that we have decided that we will not recognize any of those that claim our territory anymore, and we were following that all up at the ministers' meetings with notices to the ministers that we meet with. But it's definitely got to be addressed, because we have too many communities that have nothing to do with the small remote communities that are extending their territories in the claim for revenue share, and taking away from smaller communities, for taking away their ability to establish or grow economically without having to ask permission or share it with somebody that's not even from their territory. There is a lot of work that's got to be done on this. I know they keep talking about free, prior, and informed consent, UNDRIP, and I was in New York in 2016 when Minister Bennett announced that UNDRIP, they fully adopt UNDRIP, and her comment there following that statement was that free, prior, and informed consent is the ultimate expression of treaties and other self-governing agreements. And a similar comment in DRIPA rollout. It said that they will seek advice from treaties or other self-governing agreement communities. I know there's less and less of us that have no agreement whatsoever, self-governing agreement, and like we're the ones that are getting walked over by all the other communities. So I just wanted to mention that. So thank you very much.
Minister Kahlon.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chief Harris, for the comments and the feedback. I know that the Clean Energy Fund is it's in a different ministry, but there is a Clean BC review that's happening on it, and independent review, which we expect to get within a few weeks. And certainly my team is on the call right now. They've collected your feedback, and we'll certainly be sharing that with the ministry that's responsible. I can also share with you, Chief, that we do have within our ministry, we have we just put the dollars out, but we had the Rural Economic Development Fund, which didn't have the same cost sharing provisions as you've highlighted with the Clean Energy Fund, $69 million. And in fact, I was 100 and I believe 80 different projects that were First Nations led projects that got access to those dollars. So that fund maybe is more accessible and maybe easier to navigate. And if it's okay with you, I'll just have my team follow up with information about that. And I'll share the information you've articulated around the challenges with the Clean Energy Fund with the appropriate ministry. Thank you.
Microphone 21, Chief Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of comments and concerns that I have around the jobs piece that you talk about. Teachers in First Nations communities, they could be teaching there for 15, 20 years, moving to the public system, and they're right back at square one in the pay grid. That's not fair. The next comment that I have is access to the remote communities. Example, half of our road is gravel, and the proponents that we utilize, the contractors that we utilize, they charge us for driving on that road. And then because it's a gravel road, we're low priority on their list. And that impacts our economic development, infrastructure, the community as a whole. So I'm curious as to what is it that you're going to do when it comes to potential infrastructure for remote First Nations communities and better access to contractors that won't gouge us simply because they have to drive on a gravel road.
Yeah, thanks, Chief Robbins. I appreciate that the contractor piece is a major challenge. When I was in housing for the last few years, I heard from many nations about contractors coming in to fix up housing and quite frankly ripping off the community and leaving housing in just as bad shape as when they got in. And so I'm hearing from you that it's similar for some of the infrastructure that needs to be built, the roads. Part of the conversation we are having right now is what does the infrastructure investments structure look like? Again, it's not directly coming from my ministry, but it is a live conversation, especially when it's linked to an economic development opportunity. We have used REDEP, the program I mentioned, Chief, earlier, to enable some infrastructure upgrades because it would unlock the economic development opportunity for a community, for a nation. And so there is a flexibility in that specific program. I assume the road, the Chief, you're referring to is kind of like a forestry road. But I'm assuming, because I don't know which road specifically you're talking about. But if it's provincial roads, the REDA program and the Ministry of Transportation, those are conversations we have to have, whether it's flexible enough. And I know that some of the old logging roads, it's a bigger challenge, and quite frankly, I don't have the answer for you on that because Ministry of Forestry handles that completely themselves. But we have been trying to be flexible with the REDA program to enable economic development, but I can't quite answer specifically because I don't know much about the specific road that you mentioned.
Okay, thank you. Justin, based on our time, we'll take Chief Robert at 25 and Chief Isaac at 24. Then we'll turn to the regional chief for a final comment on this section before turning back to the minister for his closing remarks. Microphone 25.
Thank you. It's nice to see you in this position, Minister. When we talk about economic growth, it would be nice if all ministers would work together. For Metlakatla and Lac-Willamps, we created a lot of jobs in the past 30 years, and we still do. There's one company in Prince Rupert that's at the Port of Prince Rupert that's kind of holding us back, and it's the clause they got in that only 2 companies could ship liquefied natural gas. We're partners with Trigon. If they would let us ship natural gas out of Prince Rupert, there would be a lot of jobs for our both nations, Lac-Willamps and Metlakatla. I would like to see, in the north, where ministers would work together to make economic development a little easier. Thank you.
Microphone 24. Chief.
Yeah, thank you, Chief Isaac, Victor Isaac, Navigate First Nation. Just building on Cookby Fred Robbins' comments there. Contractors, we live on an island, Alert Bay, and the getting contractors is becoming more and more troublesome for us. When we get contractors coming in now, it's almost like they're holding us hostage. They come in and they know we have a cabin there, so they get free accommodation, they get free food, and they're charging us just astronomical dollars just to get our contracts fulfilled, right? So we have to include that within the project that we're doing. So these are costs that are incurring within our First Nation by living on an island, and we need help with those types of things. So thank you.
Minister?
Yeah, thank you so much, Chief Robert. I hope to be up in Prince Rupert in the coming months, and perhaps we can, if you have time, to meet and have a discussion. I think that the conversation that's happening right now, certainly from the federal government, is that even if 5% shift of trade that used to go to the US goes elsewhere, it's coming through British Columbia, and most likely it's coming through Prince Rupert. So there is going to be lots of economic opportunities. I appreciate your point around natural gas, but there probably has a whole host of other opportunities that is better discussed when we're face to face. And so I will have my team reach out to see if you can make yourself available for some conversation. We are doing a lot of work to try to bring all the ministries together. I admit it's never easy and certainly never perfect, but we are making that attempt, and that's partly why the Premier's asked me to come into this role, is to really bring many ministries together and try to drive things together in a good way. So I look forward to meeting with you to discuss that. And Chief Isaac, that a lot of the programs that we're putting together right now have two elements. One, we are now requiring every submission that comes to cabinet for any program to have a rural lens, and in particular to address the challenge that you've highlighted, which is our programs sometimes are structured in such a difficult way that it doesn't reflect the unique challenges that rural communities face. You've highlighted the one around contractors. And so we are adjusting our programming. In housing, we've adjusted it in a big way when I was there, and we're starting to do that a lot with, we've already done it for the Rural Development Economic Development Fund, but we're also trying to do that for all of our programming so that, it's not apples to apples to another community, because they've got 1,000 tradespeople available, but it addresses the unique needs of communities that have to, quite frankly, cater to some of these contractors that will come into town. So you will see some of that adjustment happening in the programs, and we've already started to make some in some of the spaces.
Great. Regional Chief, microphone 5, or here at the podium.
Thank you, Minister Kahlon. I just want to acknowledge some of the work that you did as a housing minister in the Heart and Hearth program. May not have solved all of our issues, but I applaud the efforts. It did provide some solutions to some urban centers in regards to homelessness and the issue of homelessness that many of our First Nations have experienced, especially in urban centers. I'm glad to see that you're back with this new acronym, Jobs, Economic Growth, as rather than JEDI. And the resources necessary to work in partnership with BCAFN and the Center of Excellence. And I think, one of the points of working with First Nations is to provide not only jobs, but to close the gap of the economic disparity between First Nations and the general population. And certainly a big part of that is the wellness of our families back in our communities. I think it's really important. Some of the work that we did do at the BCAFN is to really advocate for rights, title, interest, but also uphold the declaration, especially in the context of upcoming negotiations of the Canada-United States-Mexico agreement. And moreover, support for First Nations businesses and certainly create, I suppose, more certainty for our First Nations businesses and involvement. And I think that that's really important, especially in the context of where we're at right now with the Premier's office, with Bills 14 and 15. What's very concerning is that much of what the Premier and perhaps right now the province answer to dealing with what's going on south of the border is to fast track decisions. And here in British Columbia, as you well know, we had DRIPA here as law for the last 6 years, and it seems that to me that this province has taken a step back in upholding the context of DRIPA, which is free, prior, and informed consent. And I really caution this province and the ministry, because in the end, as many of the chiefs said earlier, we end up either in court or we end up someplace else that we don't want to be. And in the end as well, that we have to negotiate something with our First Nations if there is a project out there. And what's really troubling is that potentially some of these projects may not be supported. So I think it's really important, if we're talking about jobs, economic development, what have you, is that the province gets it right and really negotiate, consult, and perhaps even more so, get free, prior, and informed consent in regards to major projects. So once again, thank you for your presentation and for the work that you've done previously as Minister of Housing. Thank you. Merci.
Minister Kahlon, final response and a final comment?
Oh, thank you. I just want to thank Chief TG for his leadership. We worked closely when the Center of Excellence was first created. Proud of the work that the Center of Excellence has been doing, and I think there's lots of opportunity. I can share with you, Chief, and for all the chiefs in the room, that we will be engaging on a response to CUSMA, to the federal government, so that informs the discussions that they're having. And I appreciate his words. I think that we have to do this work hand in hand. It's the only way. And quite frankly, it's the way that's we're going to get the best success. And so I hope we can continue to do that work together. And I appreciate his comments, and thank you all for inviting me today.
Thank you very much, Minister Kahlon. I failed to mention the work you had also done in restoration of the BC Human Rights Commission, which is, I think, where we first met. So thank you for that work as well. And please enjoy the rest of your day. You will note, delegates, that our next speaker has arrived in the Zoom room, and the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation, Spencer Chandra Herbert, he was first elected in 2008 for Vancouver West End. He's previously served as the Minister for Tourism, Arts, Culture, and Sports, as well as other roles. And in his 17 years ago, before his life in politics began, he was previously an award-winning artist and a performing arts producer. So with that, please help me welcome Minister Spencer Chandra Herbert. Sir, over to you.
Thank you very much. Hello to everybody from your legislature here in Victoria. I want to do a land acknowledgement because we can, despite the effects of some MLAs over here to try to ban them. I want to acknowledge the Songhees and Esquimalt, and I do that because, well, one, it's the right thing to do, to remember the history and where you are, the heritage, and who's here right now, but also to acknowledge the leadership. Songhees and Esquimalt, we're working together on a whole bunch of areas. Songhees with the Timucua Treaty Association, and work that I hope we can get to resolution with in this next year. So really exciting opportunity to acknowledge title there, but I'll also acknowledge the history and heritage of this community. I wish I could be there with you at Musqueam. Thank you, Chief and Council Musqueam, for hosting at the Community Center. I look forward to seeing many of you next week at the FNLG, First Nations Leadership Gathering. Acknowledge elders, councillors, chiefs, matriarchs, every one of you who's doing a hard work in your communities to make life better. That's why you stepped up to do this work. It's why I stepped up to do this work, is to try to help us all improve our lives together, to help people achieve dreams. I started at a young age as an advocate. I think first letter to the editor was at the age of 10, writing to the papers to complain about overfishing that were hurting dolphins. I tell that story because my life is my mother and father, they both work in the arts. They raised me to be an advocate, to if I see things not going right, to reach out to people where they're not going right and try and help them and work with them to make life better. A bit of a geek. I wasn't the best socializer, so I just put my time into making change and trying to help things come along. Got a twin brother. So if you ever see a guy who looks like me that doesn't talk to you, that might be my brother. A good guy named Doug. Anyways, he's up in Kamloops, so into Kamloops territory there. Enough about me. Boy, it's a difficult, interesting time. I want to make sure we've got enough time for questions, so I'll try to be quick, which with a politician who's been around doing this for as long as I am can be challenging sometimes, because the longer you're around, sometimes the more you speak and the less you say, if you know what I mean. So I'll try to actually say more and speak less. It's a challenging time. I'm headed to Richmond tonight, try and deal with some of the stuff that's come out of Cowichan, the Cowichan decision. I want to just say clearly that I acknowledge Aboriginal rights and title. I think the work of UNDRIP for me is one of the most important things that our government ever got involved with, and my commitment is there. My commitment is to try and turn this around so we can lean in. That actually at times of difficulty where you've all seen it in the paper, people have felt it on the streets. The amount of anti-Indigenous racism, denialism is on the rise right now. And I want to do my part, as the late Premier John Horgan would say, his level best, my level best, to try to lower the temperature and get back to doing the work of relationship. This is about acknowledging our history, but also acknowledging the great future that we have together when we work together. And I see it. It's everywhere in this province. When we work together, we get better things done. When we listen to each other, we achieve great successes. When we don't, when we get ahead of ourselves, we land up in trouble. We hit bumps. We don't do things in the right way. And I want to acknowledge that I'm likely to do that too. That's not to say that it will be intentional. I've got a lot to learn. And so I approach this relationship with all of you with one of humility, in the sense that I know there's a lot I don't know. But I also know that there's a lot I do know, and that a lot I've learned from working with First Nations and working with British Columbians on to get to success. And so I think sometimes less in the speechifying and more in the sitting down together and solving stuff is where I excel. I can do the speeches and all that kind of thing, but I much prefer to get into a room and look at the tough policy things and try and solve things together. And that's what we got to do on Cowichan. That's what we got to do with DRIPA, with UNDRIP, with every part of our relationship. So I approached this ministry, and I think it's a little over 3 months now that I've been able to be this minister, by recognizing that the best decisions are made when they're with the people that are impacted, that the locations where are going to be impacted that you should see. I want to thank all the leadership who've been leading the way on residential schools, standing up against denialism. I was out there with the Penelakut March for the Children as one of the first things I did in this role, and it continues to live with me, and will forever, as I think for all of us. And to me, to hear people trying to weaponize these things against First Nations people is disgusting and gross, and it hurts. I think it hurts us all. Anyone that's got a heart or a brain, who's got some sort of humanity, will recognize that we have to acknowledge what happened at residential schools, and we have to act to improve the situation, and to deal with the ongoing impacts for people. And so I'll do that with you. And I thank you for your leadership in standing up against hate and exposing that, anyways, you know what I'm talking about. I've got out to Ktunaxa territory, and I want to thank, I think Chief Don Sam, I think is there, and other chiefs from Ktunaxa, I'm sure, for welcoming me, for teaching me about your land, and for getting a sense of the land through your eyes, as opposed to through a cut block or a resource sort of focus, but land as culture, land as life. It was very valuable for me. I want to thank the BCAFN people and the BCAFN people for having me up to your territories and getting to see both huge successes when we're working together. Things like language revitalization, cultural revitalization, guardian programs, getting out on the land and doing things in a way that should have been done a long, long time ago. And you're leading in that way. And we've got a lot to continue. I want to thank the Samath, Chief Dalton Silver, for having me out to his community the other weekend to celebrate the return of Lightning Rock. I think there are so many exciting things happening across this province through the lens of reconciliation, through the lens of land back and reconciliation, righting the wrongs, that we've got to celebrate them when they happen, because there's also a whole lot of backlash that is making things difficult. And so I acknowledge that. But I think in a moment like that, as Chief Dalton Silver started telling the story of Lightning Rock, for those that were there, the rain poured down in a way that none of us had heard for a long time. And somebody said that they felt like it was all that pain being washed away. Another said it was the elders sharing their tears. I don't know what it was, but I know it was special to me. And I just thank Chief Silver for giving an opportunity to be part of that. So there are challenges. There are huge successes too. I want to thank the Haida. I was up in Haida Gwaii, and to see the community come together, Council of Haida Nation, non-Haida citizens who are Haida Gwaii citizens there, saying that the uncertainty that they've been dealing with for a long, long time is finally coming to an end, because we've finally reached title agreement with Haida, acknowledge Aboriginal title on Haida Gwaii, acknowledge fee simple land on Haida Gwaii, and do that together so that we can have that better path of real honesty about where we are, and then we can build that brighter future together that we all want. I look at the treaty progress. I'm looking forward to coming up to Comox. I know Kitselis has got a vote coming up, and Kitsum Kalem, of course, had their vote. So we've got, hopefully we'll see how those all work out together, but I'm excited at the treaty process and working with First Nations Summit and everybody to revitalize that process and support more treaties, more agreements, because I think, again, we have to lean in here. And I think finding that path of how we work together is the right thing for everybody here. And so I'm pushing to make sure that BC is ready to reconcile, because I know many nations are ready and are waiting for us. And so I'm trying to light that fire under the butts of everybody to get moving, because if people are ready to reconcile, BC should be too. So I'll finish there. I'm getting the note that I've gone on too long. Hopefully I shared something of use, and I look forward to questions if there's time for it. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. We'll go to microphone 10, Chief Manuel, and then we'll go online to Chief Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister. Chief Dan Manuel, Upper Nicola Band. I want to thank you for your comments, and I think you ended in a perfect spot in relation to the comments I'm about to make. Real honesty about where we are, and your commitment to light a fire under the butts of government to get action in reconciliation. I met with your deputy minister last week and was informed that your government is not prepared to reconcile with Upper Nicola Band and not prepared to move forward in reconciling a very critical issue for our community, the resolution of a long-standing specific claim that is your government is fully aware of, and you continue to drag your feet and cause delays in process. And literally using, I can't put it any other way, but to be honest, using excuses to continue to deny reconciliation to my community. So I find it to be very timely, your comments, and I want to call you here today to ensure that you follow up with those commitments in seeking specifically a meeting with you We did request a meeting with you next week at the leadership gathering. However, we were assigned to meet again with your deputy minister to discuss a critical issue to my community. We are very distrustful of the words that you speak and your government speaks in relation to this issue here. And I urge you to pay attention to my words and mark them down, and to request from your deputy the message that I had asked her to relay to you. Thank you.
Would you, Honorable Chair, would you like me to take a few questions or dive in with each one?
Take this one, then I'll go to the two online.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Manuel. I will make that request. And it's something that I've come to realize is that your request is not the only one that is similar. I believe I need to understand the history of the request that you've made a little better, but I do look forward to meeting with you. I think at the Assembly, I've got about 40 meetings so far, but if we can either find a way to squeeze one in on the side or do one afterwards, I'd like that. And I thank you for raising this with me. There's the frustration you have, which I can imagine is many times greater than mine in terms of how slow things move here, given the history for your people of what was done with the Douglas Lake Commonage. I believe is the issue there. And I know there's a few others in your neighborhood that we have the similar issues with. So I want to get on this, and I think we've got to get moving. So I thank you for that. And sorry, I don't have a specific answer today, but I do look forward to talking with you, because I want my words to be more than just words. And I'm trying to figure out how to make sure that that's the case.
Thank you. Let's go to Chief Thomas and Chief Harris online.
Ay squel, it's Sapwalialt and the Pat Lachalawatsa, Tani Hihuak Leixon. Good morning, how are you? Chief Lachalawatsa, Shana Thomas, Hereditary Chief of Leixon First Nation, zooming in from the traditional territory of my great grandmother, Songhees Nation. Minister, just want to make a few comments. One is that colonial violence is real for our people. And I think we have to stop labeling it as history or complicated history. The reality is that colonial violence was perpetuated against our people when land theft was the agenda. There were folks that visited the territories in the 1600s, 1700s, and it wasn't until folks wanted to occupy and steal land that we actually got into the conflict of land and reserves and the theft of our children and the ongoing situation that we're in today. The BC Treaty process started in 1993. There was a whole series of events prior to that led to the establishment of the process, one of which was the shutdown of the province of British Columbia, where First Nations throughout the province occupied logging, roads, railways, transportation, highways, and others to prevent activity in their territory without their consent. That was the spring of what created the BC Treaty process. And the 30 years that we've been at the table having discussion, everything has continued as though nothing else had happened. And I think that's important to note. I just want to remind the province that when it talks about the need to reconcile issues such as title to lands and chastising the Cowichan Nation, which is made up Cowichan tribes, Chemainus, Chalaut, Leixon, and Penelachad, for going to court seeking a declaration of title, and instead suggesting that we need to sit at the negotiating table and negotiate, I humbly remind the Crown that we've been at the table ever since the table was established, and it's the Crown that refused to have the conversation. This is a consequence of the Crown continuing to deny the conversation and continuing to prevent real reconciliation from occurring. So we look forward to the words that you've expressed today and the commitment of British Columbia to actually conclude reconciliation in a meaningful way, not just. Thank you.
Chief Harris.
Yeah, Chief Don Harris from Douglas First Nation. I've been raising this through a number of times that I am a small remote community that and because we have so much overlap that's caused by the revenue shares and everything, and we've been battling numerous communities over that claim our territory. We end up battling one treaty to the point that they no longer exist, and that cost us a lot of money. We do have a couple more treaties that are still overlapping us and other agreements, self-governing agreements in place that we're looking for pieces of land, treaty and reconciliation agreements, looking for parcels of land within our territory. I'm going to get rid of that there. So, in 2023, I did announce that to try and get onto an even playing field, is that Douglas First Nation wanted to look at reconciliation agreement discussions. No, that was 2022, November 2022 at the ministers' meetings. I stood up and announced that. 2023 April, I sent a letter to the minister just seeing where we're at with that. In August, received a reply basically saying that if I don't give up a piece of personal land to a community that wanted it, there basically were no discussions. Telling me I needed to come to terms with that parcel of land that another community wanted from our neighbor nation. Since then, we have had no discussion. I've raised it with the previous minister, Murr, and we're at a point now is that with all the other things coming in place, the fast tracking and everything, with all the overlap, is that, and our community, along with our two neighboring communities in our valley, have been protecting the resources. And everybody wants those resources now. And we're continuously trying to protect that. And with the fast tracking and that coming in place, and more and more communities starting to partner up with industry, we're really concerned about the fast tracking, allowing communities from our neighboring nation to push in and move forward with harvesting some of the resources we have that we've been protecting for many years. But as I said to the last minister, is that we are making moves to oppose and all those claims to our territories and not recognize those claims that have been put in place for a number of years. And it's getting more difficult because a lot of these revenue shares have been in place for a couple of generations now, that a lot of the new leaders today are growing up thinking that the territory that was claimed by their predecessors is their territory. I've been battling these issues for the last 18 years. And when it comes to the treaty process, my community was in a treaty process, not by choice. When the push for treaty came along, I was on council in 1988-89. And when our chief and council opposed the treaty process, we were actually ousted. When I became chief in 2008, January 2010, we withdrew from the treaty process and have been battling ever since to try and continue to protect our territory. These are some of the things that we bring the same thing up over and over to address all the ministers that come in, that replace, and so basically I'm just telling you the same story I've told the previous ministers. Thank you.
Mr. Minister, I do know you have some time pressure at the top of the hour. I just wonder if we have a chance to get one more voice in before that. Let's go to microphone 19, and I do apologize to Chief Judy Thomas online. I won't be able to get to you. Microphone 19.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Minister Herbert there. And I just want to give a land acknowledgement to the Musqueam for allowing us to conduct our business on their territory today. Minister Herbert, I hear you. My name is Joey Wesley. I'm an elected councillor for Lac Willamps. We're west of Prince Rupert there. Our traditional territory lies within the Prince Rupert Harbour. I hear you talking about unity and reconciliation, and we feel like Lac Willamps has been ignored time and time again, minister after minister. And I hear you speaking today about treaty. And you're talking about one of our neighbors there set to ratify their treaty this coming weekend here. Lac Willamse is one of the largest First Nation communities in province of British Columbia. And I was elected 6 years ago, and I was appointed to manage the affairs of our rights and title for our nation. And the previous speaker there talks about overlapping boundaries. We feel like we've been ignored time and time again, and you're celebrating a treaty this coming weekend here set to be ratified where they're taking a lot of our territory away. We have a lot of territory on the coast up towards Lake Ellis, up around Terrace there. We set up tried to set up a meeting with you next week, but we were denied again. We feel like we've been ignored, and I need to remind you that part of your fiduciary duty as an elected minister is to look after the rights and title for every nation in this province here. And Lac Willamse is not feeling that from you. Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Minister, responses and final comment?
Sure. Thank you. Chief Thomas, colonial violence is real. Thank you. It is. I've actually came across an article the other day from back in those days, and some would say those days very much don't always end back then, as you point out. The issues are real, but about the burning down of villages because the city wanted it. I think about my own backyard in the West End, Stanley Park, the village at Sway Sway, Hoi Hoi, and what was done there. Of course, you see MST and the incredible development at Snock now, another village site that had been burnt down and people pushed out. So thank you for calling it, and I should do a better job of that myself. I think the question around DRIPA and around, I think you've got Douglas First Nation and the question of overlap. It's one we have to solve together. I think I'd say that I've seen a number of cases where there had been conflict in the past, where a peace treaty was made between neighboring nations, where there was agreement found between neighboring nations. And I think the province is not, I think you'd probably all say you don't want the province stepping in and telling you where your boundaries are. And we need to work that through with you and with the neighboring nations. And so I know there's policy work underway now with the AFN and others to try and get to better resolution around some of these questions, because we have to. And I hear you. Councillor Wesley and Lac Willamse, I didn't set the schedule, but we've got to find time together too. And if it's at AFN, if it's at BC, if it's a 15-minute FNLG meeting, but I've had many other meetings with chiefs and councillors that weren't 15 minutes, that were just scheduled into my regular weekly schedule. So I just offer that to everyone here. It will take some time, 204 plus nations that I want to have a relationship with 365 days a year. So let's make that time happen, because that's some of the most valuable. People think, oh, I'm meeting with all sorts of mining executives and various other industry folks. But no, my message to my team has always been, my priority is with First Nations people and with the nations themselves. That's number one. And that's who I want to meet with. So let's set up those meetings. And if I missed points that I should have got to, apologies. Let's have more conversation and let's make some change. So I appreciate your time and your effort today and ongoing. And I look forward to working together to build that better province and community that we all want. So I think that's why we're all here. And I thank you for doing your part to make that happen.
I did want to just double check, Minister, on the overlap issue for Lac Willamse.
Yes, around treaty. Thank you. I'll have to talk with Chief Councillor or with Councillor Wesley around that and my team. Of course, when we approach treaty, we try to do the utmost to not get in situations like the one the councillor describes, with a number of accommodations attempted to try and find ways that, because sometimes the same people or different people say their territory is the same territory. And it's difficult for us to figure out one way to go forward when that happens. And so we've got to find a better path, and that speaks to the overlap issue, province-wide, treaty, non-treaty, what have you, because this is an issue that I hear every part of this province, unfortunately, given the impact of colonialism and that boundaries are not written out in stone. We've got to work with you on that question.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Minister Chandra Herbert. I really appreciate you taking the time, and I know we put you in a bit of a tight jam for your next meeting, but
We'll
thank
make
you very
it happen.
much.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are just after 3 o'clock. Let's take a 15-minute break, and we are going to reset for the candidates forum for the Two-Spirited Plus Representatives Forum. And regathering for the candidates forum. Just by order of business, we will turn to the electoral officer for a review of the voting process. I don't think we're going to choose our best cereal this time, I'm told. But as familiar as you are with the system. So we'll do that, then we'll turn to the candidates themselves. Each has a 5-minute opportunity for opening comments, and then we'll open the floor here and online for questions. Hopefully we'll be able to get through 5 or 6 questions. They each have up to 3 minutes for a response to the questions. And so we'll get that organized. So I'll invite them to come forward and take a seat here, get situated. I put stuff there, 1 and 2, but the whole room is available to you if you choose. No, you can sit there if you like. Awesome. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get restarted. And as mentioned, we'll turn it over to Ron Loffer for a brief review. Ron?
Okay, good afternoon, chiefs, proxies, delegates. My name is Ron Loffer. I'm the BCAFN electoral officer. I was surprised to see this morning that this is my 8th year now running the elections here at the BCAFN, and it's always an honor to be here and an honor to be on Musqueam territory with all of you. As you know, we have an election tomorrow for the position of 2SL LGBTQIA+ representative, and in a few minutes we'll move to the candidate forum. I encourage you all to stay and learn from the candidates and ask questions of them as well. I'll take a few minutes of your time just to go over the process. And of course, we have the 2 candidates sitting next to me now. We have Oreen Askew and Wilf J. Plasway. So I want to take a moment to thank both of these candidates for standing for this important position and seeking to represent the community. The elections will take place tomorrow from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. and you can vote online or by telephone. So if you're in the room here tomorrow, you can vote on your phone, on your laptop, and of course if you're joining us online, you can vote again on your laptop, on your mobile phone, any which way, including a telephone if you need. I'm going to take a minute now to explain the voting process, and given the fact that we can vote through telephone or online, it's through a system called Simply Voting, which the BCAFN has been using for years now. Many of you will be well accustomed to it. As mentioned, the voting starts at 10 a.m. tomorrow and finishes at 1, and you can vote anytime during that 3-hour voting period. If you prefer to vote on an old-fashioned phone, you're more than welcome to. You'll need the phone number for that, and you'll need a PIN number for that. The phone number will be on the screens and whatnot tomorrow, but if you want, you can make note of it now. It's 1-855-684-2965. I will say, however, that voting online is significantly easier. It will be much faster for you. It all goes into the same system at the end of the day, so there's no conflict. You can't vote on both and somehow get a vote in twice or anything like that, and it's all a secret ballot. Remember, when you registered for this event, you provided the BCAFN your email address, as well as they requested your status card number, but you might have given another piece of ID, which is also fine. You'll need to access that email address tomorrow, which your vote will be, the link to the voting platform will be sent to. and you'll need that piece of ID. Typically, it's a status card number, but not everybody registers with a status card number. Again, that's fine. But when you go to log in and it says status card number or equivalent ID number, just recall which ID number you used to register. In that email will also be a PIN code. You'll need that PIN code to access the vote. And we'll do a sample of this process just now. I'm using a computer to connect in, but as I said, you can connect using a mobile phone, a tablet, any which way you like. All right, so this is my email, and this is just a sample. Let's see, I'll just hide that. We seeing that? Yes, very good. Okay, so this is what your email should look like. This is only an example, so while it has many of the words and whatnot that you'll see tomorrow, this is not into the real vote. So you'll see here that it provides you the information about the process. It tells you that you'll need your status card number or equivalent, and then importantly in bold here is the PIN code. Each PIN code is separate, different for each registrant. And then underneath there is the link to vote. If for some reason you want to vote by telephone, that's the PIN number you'll need to access the telephone vote as well. You do not need that PIN number, you do need the PIN number for either way you access the vote. Okay, and if you have any issues at any point, you can feel free to call me, email me, or I'll be sitting at the back of the room to assist. So we click on the link, and it should take you into the website where you put in your status card number. I have a fake number. And then my PIN code from that email, 1278. You just type it in there, 1278. And as mentioned, we've moved away from the cereals and the drinks. This year it's more LA Dodgers or Toronto Blue Jays that you can vote for. We don't put our candidates' names because no electoral officer wants to put a mark next to anybody's name. I'm even hesitant here with our baseball teams. But as you can see, you've got the candidates here. And in tomorrow's case, you'll see the pictures of each of the candidates instead of the logos here. And you can read a little bit about the candidates, their bios. If you click in the area next to their pictures, there'll be quite a bit of information. And you can just click on either one that you choose. If you change your mind, it's fine. It shows you can only vote for one. And then you just click continue. Once you're here, you can go back. It's confirming that you're voting for the LA Dodgers, which I am most certainly not. So I've gone to choose the Blue Jays, and you confirm your vote, and you are done. Shows that you've submitted your vote, and the results will be announced shortly after 1 p.m. A few other points to consider. One is if you do not receive your email to vote by about 10:15 or 10:30, please get a hold of me by telephone, by email, or just come to the back of the room. There could have been some issue in the registration system at the BCAFN that we can work out, and that maybe the registration wasn't confirmed properly. As well, if you can't log in, you've put in your number and your PIN number and it won't let you in, get a hold of me. We'll look at what happened. Perhaps you registered under a different number, or there was a data entry error, something like that. We'll fix that. And please make sure to come back tomorrow to vote and complete the other BCAFN business. And I look forward to completing this election with you. In the meantime, if there's any questions. All right. We'll move on to the important element, which is the candidate forum. So I'll turn this back over to Harold. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ron. I appreciate that. I feel obligated to say if they'd stop pitching to Shohei, they'd have a much better chance. Facebook was just flooded with those kind of comments. Why did you pitch to him? All right, so as noted, we are going to open up the forum. I'm going to ask the candidates to introduce themselves and provide opening comments. Each of them has 5 minutes for those opening comments. We do have a counter here. After that, we'll open up the floor here and on the Zoom for questions to them. Each of them has 3 minutes for responses to any question. With that, taking them in the alphabetical order, please help me welcome Maureen Askew, Squamish Nation, to the podium.
Good afternoon, chiefs, leadership, elders, knowledge keepers, community members, folks online, and special guests. Hot Squile Tanoya, Skohamish, Asan, Okomeo, Maureen Askew, Queensna, Chinwa, DJ Osho, Tamalia, Queen Kushame. Again, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Maureen Askew, also known as DJ Osho. My ancestral name is Tamalia, and I'm Afro-Indigenous from the Squamish Nation. I'm also two-spirited. I currently live in the village of Comultriston, which is Capilano, right near Park Royal Mall, and my pronouns are she and her. I want to begin to acknowledge our relatives here at Musqueam for allowing us to be on their territory this week for the AGM. I'm seeking re-election as the BCAFN 2S LGBTQIA+ representative. It's been an honor to serve. First, I'd like to thank the Regional Chief, Terry TG, the board, especially Chief Jerry Jack and Cookbee Roseanne Casimir for the nominations. Rochelle King and the BCAFN staff and our knowledge keepers, Dr. Gwendolyn Point. I call Gwendolyn Point Doctor, double Doctor Gwendolyn Point because she's got 2 doctorates, and Uncle Semplion for their guidance. I'd also like to thank Mr. Chair, Harold Tarbell, and the electoral officer for getting back to me right away after every email we're on the floor. A little bit of my background: from 2017 to 2021, I served on Squamish Nation Council, where I learned so much about Indigenous governance and representation. I'm proud to have helped create our Pride portfolio. We brought the first rainbow crosswalk to the community, one that sparkles in the sunshine. It's right down the street from my house, and I smile every time I drive by it. In 2018, for the first time in Vancouver Pride's 50-year history, Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh marched together. I want to put that in perspective. 50 years of the Vancouver Pride Parade, and that was the first time that Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh marched together. And I was on the committee for that, and that's something that I'll never forget for the rest of my life. And I also began the work to start putting gender-neutral washrooms in all Squamish Nation administration buildings. Since 2022, as your BCAFN 2S LGBTQIA+ representative, I've worked alongside our people to create the first BCAFN 2S LGBTQIA+ flag, a process guided by dialogue, listening, and respect. We did it the right way, bringing together 2S LGBTQIA+ voices and their allies, because this work belongs to all of us. If re-elected, I will continue that momentum by helping to establish the first BCAFN 2S LGBTQIA+ Council, the first of its kind. This is legacy work. We're building a foundation that future generations and other provinces can build upon. Looking ahead, my vision for the next term is clear. I want to continue building stronger relationships across our communities, supporting emerging leaders, and advancing initiatives that reflect the needs and aspirations of 2S LGBTQIA+ First Nations members in BC and throughout the country. I'm committed to ensuring that every voice has a space at the table and that our perspectives inform the decisions that affect us all. Serving as your representative is not just a role, It's a responsibility I carry with pride, humility, and deep respect. I hope to continue this journey with your support, working together to strengthen our communities and honor our shared values. In closing, again, I want to thank the BCAFN for the honor of serving in my role. My work isn't finished, and I feel that deeply in my heart. It's in my hair as well. There's a heart there. So Chin Quinn told me, those are my words. Thank you for listening. Osiam.
Thank you very much, Oreen. Now please help me welcome to the podium Wilf Plasway Jr.
Denise at you, Zako's at you, Sky's at you. Wagus biwana lenjen, Musqueam, Kaidzin, Diengat, Wakasasian, Nastatedli, Habayenta. Sai Wilf Jr. Plasway Satni, Sai Galantan, Habadziza, La Zamasiu Habatzekodzet. Sne, Marianne West Hayechni, In Babatlats Uzi Satsanatili, Speb, Wilf Philip Plasway Satni. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, hereditary chiefs, and all the people that's online as well. I would like to first acknowledge the traditional territory that we're on of Musqueam, and I acknowledge that, and I said that it was the home of our ancestors. My name is Wilf Jr. Plasway. I belong to the Mountain Clan, and my father clan is the Grouse Clan. My mother is Marianne West. Her hereditary name is Satsana Dili. My father is Wilf Philip Plasway. I'm actually the junior. I am from the Lake Babbing Nation. I've performed at the Vancouver 2010 Olympics 15 years ago, and to turn out that I was in the Musqueam bomb when it ever happened. I really am happy to be here to be your guys' spokesman for the 2S LGBTQ. I want to say that for my background, I've done so much for my community of the Lake Babbing Nation and Burns Lake. I also represented the Northern BC HIV/AIDS Coalition for the Northern Interior Representative. I've also done a lot of volunteer work for both Lake Babbing Nation and Burns Lake community. I've been the first Indigenous Youth Citizen of the Year. I am happy that I have done so much volunteer work for my community of Burns Lake, and so much has happened that I have done, and I'm just so proud to become a person who became that first Youth Citizen of the Year of Burns Lake. I'm also a knowledge holder and the youngest drummer of Lake Babbing Nation. As of April 5th, 2025, I'm on my journey on becoming a hereditary chief. Most likely it's going to be next year, but I am really looking forward for that moment once I become a hereditary chief. But I really am happy and honored to be here and to get to know some of you. I just went and did on First End here. It's a huge honor for me to get to know all of you as chiefs. It's really a huge honor, and that I am so thankful to be here at the BCAFN for the first time. I really am ecstatic and honored to be here, and I hope that we'll work together. And my main thing is that I just want everybody to know, from my background as a person who is a bisexual, I really want to let everybody know that being two-spirited is part of our culture. I've dealt with that, with so much of racism and hatred online. I'm also a TikToker, but I wanted to address that there's a lot of people out there that doesn't even know that being two-spirited is part of us, that we have two-spirit in our communities. And I know that for a fact that we want to educate other youth out there, because there's a lot of people that's out there that is also Indigenous, and they go and start attacking all of us as two-spirited LGBTQIA plus representatives and youth and elders and children. But I want to be there, and I want to be their voice, and also to work with all of you as a nation for this whole town of province, that we would like to get together and work together and continue on by making our voices heard. At this time, I would like to thank each and every one of you, and I hope you all have yourselves a wonderful day. Again, Masai to the Musqueam First Nation for allowing us to be on your land and to conduct our business and our reports. Masai, awetse.
All right, thank you very much for that. So we now open the floor for questions, both here in the room and online. And as you're thinking of that, I'll start with a starter question. I was curious about what is your approach to building relationships with allies, both within the Two-Spirited Plus constituency, I'll call it, and outside of that constituency. Aureen? Yep, microphone 3. Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. What a great question. Being the BCAFN 2S LGBTQIA plus representative, we've actually gotten to work with partners, and one that we worked with was weareallies.ca, and I think it's really important. I actually do get questioned quite a bit on where people can go to help in their community, because there's someone that they know that's struggling and they want to know where to go. And We Are Allies, even right now I'm recommending that, weareallies.ca is a perfect example of people that want to help out. You know, if you don't know what to do, if a 2S LGBTQI plus person is having a hard time in your community, go to that website. So working with partners like that, I think in the future as well, will help help the awareness grow and the education, because I think that's what it's about, is people aren't really educated on 2S LGBTQIA plus issues, and that's a lot of the feedback that I get at dialogue sessions as well. So that's my answer.
Wilf, microphone 1.
Yes, my answer would have to be is to see if that we can work together and just to get to know each other. I know that if we all band together as one, and once when we get to know each other, we'll start working on the basics, on things that we want to get to things done for all of our 2S LGBTQIA plus community members, because I know that there's a lot of things that needs to be dealt with, and a lot of education and knowledge to be as happened as a person, and for other people that to understand about it.
Thank you. Let's go to Chief Shannon. It looks like Chief Shannon Thomas online.
Yeah, thank you. Curious, as community safety has come up a lot in many of our discussions in relation to settler society in opposition to title and rights, but there's also safety concerns when it comes to the LGBTQ plus community. And I'm curious, as a representative for youth in that role, what steps would you take to help create safer and more inclusive spaces in our communities? Thank you.
Should we go first?
I'll switch order if you don't mind, Wilf.
Okay. For many of the youth out there, I know that there's a lot of people, youth that are too scared to come out as 2SL LGBTQIA plus, but I know that there's a lot that is struggling to come out, and I know it's a big, tough decision to come out, because I know that I was struggling through that, and I know that there's a a safety hazard that has happened. Even for me, living in a small town of Burns Lake, I was really scared to come out. And I know for these to happen, I know for us to live in a small town, there's people know things, and there's just a lot of people that is much of a homophobic that's out there. But it was really tough. But I know for once when I came out in 2001 during the pandemic, I finally had the courage to do that. First it was the parents, and then after it was finally the whole community of Burns Lake that I came out, and I was getting ready to see if there's going to be any hatred or things that's going on. But I know that there's a lot of youth out there that I've spoken to, and some of them, they just said that they're too afraid to come out. But if we would get our chief and councils to come and help us support this and see if we could put monies together to see if we could have some kind of a safe house for the 2S LGBTQ plus community members.
Thank you. Irene?
Yes, great question. Safety comes up quite a bit, and I think it starts within the community. You know, some of our protocols, I'll share a personal story. I received my name a few years ago to Malia, and our protocols is that females have to wear skirts. And I was forced to wear a skirt because it's a part of our protocol, and that was really hard for me. And my attitude was, you know, I'm going to do this so maybe we can make some changes in the future. And there was a lot of young people at that ceremony that day, and they were really inspired by that. And actually just telling that story, because I know there's other 2S LGBTQIA+ youth who can relate to that, and definitely more 2S LGBTQIA+ folks in leadership. When I was on Squamish Nation Council from 2017 to 2021, it was the hugest changeover since 1981. So there was 8 new councilors, all under the age of 40, and 3 from the 2S LGBTQIA+ community. So to me, that shows that things are changing. And if we have more representation in leadership of 2S LGBTQIA+ people, it's a good thing. So these young people can see themselves. And it's really important to share your stories and what's happening to you in your community. And we have to remind people that coming out is a process. It's not just a one-time thing. I feel like I come out every day. Every time I leave my house and walk down the street, that's a version of me coming out to the world. So I think just relaying that message and making it okay for young people to say who they are. And yeah, see. Thank you.
Awesome. Microphone 24, Chief Isaac.
Thank you, Chief Victor Isaac, Namgis First Nation. Yeah, I just want to commend you both for your running for this position. Thank you. Years ago, you know, my son first came out. You know, he thought I hated him, but you know, there's a understanding that they have to realize we don't hate you. So there's that fear that's up within them too, right? So it's trouble. He had a hard time coming out. So these kind of awareness things help people. So we had the Amazing Race people come to Alert Bay, did a presentation, and they were really welcomed there. It was a good presentation, and then, you know, people were up there. They filled the little building that we had there, and it was a nice little presentation that they did when they shared their stories with us, and you know, it brought awareness and a sense of comfort, and then you know, for people to be able to do this, you know, there was a fee that we needed to help with the cost of getting there, and we're comfortable with doing that. If it's required, we're able to bring people like yourselves up to help with people feel comfortable and talk about these things. And you know, have sort of like a presentation that would be, you know, available, right? So we're open to that for sure, and I hope that you guys are able to do stuff like that. Recently, we had a big yacht stop in our harbor there with the J.K. Rawlings came into the bay. And you know, it was mixed emotion right off the bat. You know, some people were saying that, that, you know, about that person. And other people were saying that's her position, right? So it brought a lot of awareness again, some in a negative attitude, some in a real positive attitude, right? But you know, I think to each his own, you know, and a lot of people were just saying, you know, it's up to the people, you know, and most people are comfortable with it. And the more awareness you bring to it, the more comfort you bring with it. So, you know, like I say, I applaud you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. A comment?
Yeah, thank you for your comments. And, you know, you're talking about people's opinion, and I say this all the time. It's like, hate speech is not an opinion. An opinion is if you like pineapple on pizza, which I do. So the difference between hate against a human being or pineapple on pizza, there's a difference between opinion. And that's amazing that the Amazing Race came on there, or came to your community. I know a few of the cast members, like Grace Dove, and he's the Oilers guy. What's his name, the fan guy? He was on the show as well with his partner. So I think that's really cool that we're getting representation in the media. And outside of this, I'm a DJ. I've been running my business for 12 years, and I've won 5 awards in the last 10 years. So it's just showing you that representation we're out there, and we're getting more visible, and that's what I want to do, is be a role model for these young people. So if they can see me up there, they can do it too. So thank you. Thank you for your words.
Thank you. Wilf?
Yes, thank you, Chief. I greatly appreciate your words of encouragement for everything you've said. I know that there's a lot of people out there that isn't comfortable with things that when us people come out. And I know for everything that we go for us youngsters and to us role models, we want to do the best that we can to be a real good role model to the youth, and especially all to the other to us LGBTQ adults, kids, and elders. I know there's a lot of people that is going through so much of the stages, and I know that it's from back in the past to now, and I know that everything is now starting to be open. Like I said, for myself, it was really tough for me to be in a small town, and it's just that everybody knows who I am, and for me being the Uses of the Year, the Vancouver 2010 Olympian performer, everything that has happened, I was a little bit scared at that time to come out because of me being well known, and I thought that I was going to lose my all my hard work that I've earned, like all the accomplishments that I've done. That's what I was really afraid of. But when I came out, it was awesome. There was a lot of support with the community. I thought I was going to be getting a lot of hatred with the community of so much I had. But I did had only a couple, but it was not online or anything, or it was just like in the past when I was slowly coming out to everyone. And your words have really helped me as well too, especially with people that's online that's watching. I know that there's a lot of youth and adults and elders that are still struggling to come out. So Messiah on that.
Thank you. Microphone 21, Chief Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is, listening to some of the discussion around coming out, is to the both of you, what kind of plan do you have to address this in the smaller communities, that like where you are from, to expand the supports for security and safety, because it is a concern for these young men and women to come out as two-spirited. How would you provide that supports and that service to communities that don't have the supports in place?
I forget which order we're going in. I think, Wilf, you're first on this one.
That is a very good question. For smaller towns, I know that it's really, really difficult because everyone knows who you are. I would prefer to get to be with family that really truly support, because I know that there's good families out there that once if you do come out, it would be best to just to stick with the family and probably move in with them, or unless get the help and support with whatever that they're dealing with, if it's going to be bashing or threats or hatred. I know that there's going to be a lot of families that could be helped there to support.
Yeah, thank you for your question. I think the BCAFN is definitely going to help with this. Like I said, we're constructing a BCAFN 2S LGBTQIA+ council. And we did dialogue sessions back in June, and we were talking to people from different parts of BC. So the way that I see it is almost like the people on these council, they're going to represent more of the province, and they're almost going to be like superheroes, because they're going to be in each section, and when we all get together, we kind of like spread each other out to get the information out there. Because I'm so glad that the BCAFN did this, and I'm excited because it's going to be more people. Like, we represent 204 First Nations communities, and I'm the only representative. And I think it's that way with a few of the other representatives. So I think a way to do it is what the BCAFN is doing. There's going to be council members who can be in these communities, because I get invited to communities quite a bit, but I'm only one person, right? And so I want to try to spread as much information as I can, but I think this council is a very good idea, and I'm really excited about it, to get them on the ground helping out in the smaller communities throughout BC. So thank you.
Thank you. I think you've touched on, I'll just wait to see if there's any further questions from the delegation, but you've kind of touched on an important issue. I think for any representative, whether it's a board of director or any of the representative positions, it's very difficult to figure out how to communicate with the constituency or the communities, and in your case, the Two-Spirit Plus, and First Nations leadership, and maybe even externally to external governments, which tends to be the focus here. So I guess really where I'm going is, given that challenge, what are your ideas about how you would sort of stay informed about the priorities of the constituency that you represent?
I definitely think the dialogue sessions that the BCAFN has really helps out. Like, an example would be the 2S LGBTQIA+ flag. We did dialogue sessions in Lheidli territory, and we had allies and we had people from the 2S Plus community come together, and I did the open tables. So I would go from table to table, and people would show me what the pictures that they liked, or the rainbow flag, or just so much information. And I found that that's how we keep people informed as well. And the importance of allies and allyship. I think people are really scared to step on people's toes. Like, when I get asked what my pronouns are, I think that's a sign of respect. And what I've heard from allies is that they're scared to ask because they don't want to get it wrong. It's okay to get it wrong. You know, this is new to a lot of people, but we're going to work together and learn about pronouns too. I think pronouns are important. And my pronouns are she and her, just so you know. But don't be afraid to ask people, because I take it as a sign of respect, for sure. And one example I wanted to use too, how people are learning and adapting, is I was at a meeting, the AFN in Winnipeg, and somebody flagged a resolution on the floor because there was an event happening that was honoring grandmothers and mothers. And someone said, you know, someone from our council said, what about trans people? Trans people have children. Like, why are they left out of this? So what we did is we met up with the people who brought the resolution to the floor, and we told them, you know, we don't feel included. And they were totally open to it. They were like, we're so sorry we missed that. I'm like, it's okay. This is new. This is something totally new. And they were such great allies, and we worked together and fit the language in and brought the resolution to the floor. And that's what this work is about. You know, maybe flagging something that people don't see, you know, because they don't know from a 2S LGBTQIA+ perspective. And that's the work I've really enjoyed doing, is just that. I was like, wow, this is exactly why I'm here. So thank you.
Thank you. Wolf?
That is a very good question. I really do like this one. What we can do is that we can also have that on social media. For example, like Facebook, TikTok, Instagram. We can get to do all the information on that one as well. We could also do conferences, like being a keynote speaker, do Zoom calls, or also answer on emails. As I know that there's a lot of people that like to talk on important subjects on that. So I would most likely would say social media, conferences, Zooms, and emails, and keynote speakers.
All right, we are coming up on 4 o'clock. I'm not seeing any other hands here on the floor or on the online room. What I would ask you to think about, though, and maybe as a question, is in many ways, let's say a first layer of your constituency in a BCAFN context are those members of the Two-Spirit Plus community on council. And I would be fascinated to know about your reflections on how you can work with them and support them. Who's first? I think it's Will first. Yeah. You think I'd be able to keep better track of a simple system? Wilf?
All right. Well, like I said to each and every to some of you, I've gotten to know. I really am learning on becoming another good role model and a person who would like to take on this platform as a representative. I've gotten to know by this with Mary T.G., who is my Chief Administrative Officer. At first was my Executive Director for Child and Family. I also mentioned that I didn't mention that I was also a worker for Carrier County Family Services for almost 11 years, and starting November 3rd is my 11th anniversary. Mary T.G. was the one that introduced me to this platform of becoming a 2S LGBTQIA+ representative, and for this, she told me that I would be a good person for this representative seat, and to be there for the communities. And I know that we have a lot of work to do, and that's the kind of person that I am, is to continue on with work, because I know this is a serious work. And whenever there's a person that is part of this BCAF and that is wanting to have a word of or words of wisdom, so I definitely will be there, and we could go into a nice, good, long discussion and just have a nice, good talk, and just get to know each and every one of us.
Awesome. All right.
Sorry, Harold, can you repeat the question?
So I'm just thinking about how do you work with and how do you support members of the Two-Spirited Plus community who are already on council?
Definitely. I think it's more about representation. Like I said, when I was on council, we had 3 people from the 2S Plus community, and just being there and sharing the stories, I think that's so helpful when it comes to representation and just being out there. And congrats to them for doing that. Because I'm not gonna lie, like when we got a rainbow crosswalk, I heard some feedback, how it was gonna cost too much. Or, this is what I heard from some of the communities, that, you won't fix the potholes, but you'll put up a rainbow crosswalk. And those feelings are valid, I get that. But it's like, it's a way for people to feel comfortable, like whenever they look at it. Like when I look at it, I feel safe. So I think it's just being out there more and interacting and networking with other leaders who are from the 2S Plus community, and being visible with representation.
Thank you. Wilf? Okay. Yeah, thank you. Getting late in the day.
Yeah.
Maybe I should have taken that coffee that was offered. All right, so we'll turn to closing comments, and Aureen will go with you first. And I think according to the rules, you have 1 minute, but I'm not, going to be too.
Thank you. As your current BCAFN 2S LGBTQIA+ representative, I take this role very seriously. In British Columbia, like I mentioned before, we represent 204 First Nations communities. And my favorite part of this work has been the dialogue sessions across BC. There wasn't a session where it was either a youth, an elder, or a chief that came up to me and told me about the challenges of some of their people are having that are 2S LGBTQQ+. And they wanted to know what they can do. And like I said, I pointed them towards the website, weareallies.ca. I think it's a great website they actually give you scenarios on how you can support those people. And the fact that I was giving these people advice, I'm like, this is my life's work. This is what I'm supposed to be doing. And so when I connected with them, it was an amazing feeling. And I hope to continue this journey with your support over the next 3 years. I really want to bring 2S LGBTQIA+ issues to the forefront. And I'm so honored that I've been able to do this for the last 3 years. But I definitely know in my heart and in my mind that I'm not finished. So Chen Kwen Mantomi, I would appreciate your support. Thank you so much for listening to me. Osiam.
So at this time, I'd like to thank each and every one of you for allowing me to be here in this wonderful territory of Musqueam. As a person who takes so much effort and so much work, I really do enjoy everything I have done. And I would like to thank Chief Maureen Lugie and Chislata Chief Janet Whitford for nominating me to be in this position here. I admit to each and every one of you, I'm really horrible at doing candidate forums and all, but trust me, with everything that I've done, I take it 110%. But I'm just really honored to be here and to witness and get to know all of you chiefs. And I would like to say to all of you, thank you for all the hard work you have done by representing our nation. If it wasn't for all of you guys, I know that you guys have done so much, and I thank you for that, especially with my chief, Wilf Adam, Ms. Sai, for everything you have done. And I know for all of you, I hope that you will take this consideration in giving me a try as your 2S LGBTQIA+ representative. I know that I will get the job done. So I would like to thank all of you for having the time to hear me out. I know that, like I mentioned, I'm not really good at candidate forums, but I am a really true hard worker. So again, I'd like to thank all of you for coming. And if you have any more questions, or don't hesitate to come and stop me, and we'll have a nice, good conversation today and tomorrow. Masai, awetse.
Awesome. Thank you very much for that. And so we are going to wrap up our day now. Just as a quick reminder, we have a busy day tomorrow. We're back here for breakfast. We will start at 9 o'clock promptly. We do have 9 agenda items, 18 speakers, 7 resolutions already on the agenda. After lunch, we are doing the King Charles III coronation medals, and that's another 15 plus individuals as well. And so a very busy day tomorrow. But other than that, please enjoy your evening. I think there's a baseball game tonight. Let us all hope it's merely 9 innings. And with that, thank you very much, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. I'm told there's a draw. I have been away for a while. Who's drawing? Who's clicking? Well, let's burn that bridge when we get there. Yeah. Done? Yeah.
It's
Bobby
showing.
Watkinson? Ta-da! Saved our dilemma. Awesome. Who does he see? At the registration desk? So Bobby, it'll be at the registration desk. All right, thanks everybody, and we'll see you first thing in the morning.